No, it went live. What do you know? All right. There you go. Can't decide which is better, this one or bin one. Bin one works, I think. Hi, chat. Oh, shit. I'm saying hello to chat and I can't see any of the messages. Always the blunder of me not opening my overlay first. Put that, put that there. Second thing. And then upside daisy. My voice is so soft. Huh? I mean, let me warm up my tongue then. Sorry about that, chat. There, that should be good. Now, let's go and start the evening by saying hello to everybody. Who are my only early birds dropping by? We have Blue, we have Floral, we have Vesper, Azure, Reed, Axel, Buster, Something, and Haddocks. And then over at TikTok, we have Vix, Pretty. Interesting roster. Hi, Chan. I have a feeling I should have restarted my computer and my VR chat. I'm getting frame skips. Ooh, that's pretty bad. Hold on, let me double check what could be eating my resources. Here I am again with the phantom programs. 50% memory, 47% CPU. I don't see what could be the problem. The GPU is at 94%. Ah, okay. What's eating my GPU? Video settings. Maybe if we drop by this 50%. Perchance I will ease the burden on my system. Let's find out. There we go, 88%. Much better. So we have Libid, we have Reem, Spartan. What is this map? This is called. Oh my god, what is this called again? Hare's Diner. That's what this place is called. It's Google Chrome. It's always Google Chrome. Oh man, I don't even use Google Chrome anymore, Beth. I've swapped over to the browser that shares my same colors. Edge. And Firefox. It's souping. Hi there. Oh, my eyes are itchy. Wow. Did you know I actually struggled from getting out of bed earlier? I was like, oh, mustering all of my strength just so I could pry myself off of my rather comfortable sheets. It's like, ugh. Just 5 more minutes. No, 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 no. That 5 minutes will turn into 5 hours. You know when you're trying to wake up from a snooze chat and the weather is perfect. The setting, it's raining. You can hear the pitter patter of the rain. It's colder than usual. And then you have a nice warm cat curled up around your arms, and you have double comforters over you. Ah, that's the adversary I was facing earlier. I'm not getting out of bed, says Kato. I'll rest for you, Gam. You go do what I can't do, Kai. Which is lazily indulge in bed and just skip everything. It's like, no, I'll just stream tomorrow. But then no, I remember I have a goal and I must stick to what I promised chat. Hi there, Litz. The blueberry has awoken from its slumber. Yes, here I am. Awake. But at what cost? I wish. But yeah, nice to see you here, Kai. Hope you and Mr. Red is doing okay. Go ahead, Morsley. Please, by all means. Oh yeah, how's Camera 2 doing? Ah, yes, the establishing grandpa shot. When you realize Geb is camping out in the middle of nowhere again. But instead of being in the suburbs, he's not in the suburbs. How are you, Geb? I'm doing okay, Elishka. I don't know how Red is, says Guy, but I'm okay. Again, I always see you and Red attached by the hip, so here I am. I was wondering. Wow, my brain got scrambled. Hello? 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4. So here I am thinking that if I ask how you are, you're gonna know how the other person is. Thanks. RV living vibes. The goal makes more sense now. Ah, yes, instead of being out here in the sandy outside of the diner, we're working on a proper apartment, yes. We are not, but that's kind of funny. So sure. I don't know. I see you two together in VR chat all the time, and in the VCs, it's always a buy one take one deal. You know those cheap burgers you get in food stalls by the slums. We're using the word slums a lot, aren't we? The burgers that you get for $1 for 2 burgers, and then you toss in 20 more cents. It's now 2 patties per burger. Hi, Geb. I was from TikTok. Now I'm on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you enjoy it here. Well, hello, Late. At least you're awake. He's the only one that will play with me. Is Sky saying that he does not have any friends, anybody else, despite being a super duper esteemed artist out there? My goodness. I never expected that. Nice new background. Oh, please. I've streamed here before. Well, albeit but once. Hi there, SFC. Oh, I do, says Kai. Just not for you to see. Okay. Because you have a different schedule. I know I changed my schedule. I swapped it around because I had to work around my waking hours instead of me forcing myself to wake up at 4 a.m. It feels a bit well, you can't say it's completely devoid of company. I mean, you've got me, after all. You're doing great, man. Thanks. Yeah. Man, I've missed hanging out with you and the rest. Yeah. But you are enjoying the tropical south of the Philippines, which is Cebu, right? Make the most of the time there. Oh, shit. You know what? A stretch does sound good. Wow. Well, will you look at that? The first person to toss some logs into my cold, cold fire. And it's Libid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Earlier today, I had to order some ducting. No. I had to order a industrial fan in order to go dry the apartment to the best of its ability. I mean, I'm not sure it's gonna do much because the air is already pretty saturated with moisture. The humidity is like 80% above. But for whatever it's worth, I hope it will go help evaporate the constantly wet floor and make the subsequent renovations once the sun goes shine a tad bit more forgiving. Well, wall of text. Money, money. My new Quest Pro in the mail. It's the fourth one. The fourth one. I'm reading this. Hold on. I now have the V64 and then never ever update that guy. I wonder if I can go. I wonder if I can go roll back my update back to the good old days of my controller not disconnecting after 30 minutes. So who is going over sending gifts as an anonymous? Giving it to an Catboy. Thanks, Eduardo. Thank you. Mother Catherine. Thank you, pretty Silica. Dead pixels, huh? Well, I guess I'm lucky my unit is pretty okay, aside from the constant X that I see and the controllers which have dropped multiple times but are still in okay working condition. Anonymous is so sneaky. I know. I get a dehumidifier. The humidity is gonna go down, but my electric bills, which are already sky high, are gonna go up. I'm not sure I have the financial capacity to support any further. I mean, heck, why am I fundraising in the first place if I didn't have enough money? Wait, if I had enough money, I wouldn't have the fundraiser. That's the correct syntax. Yes. Hi there, Venom. And Elishka, sneaky, sneaky. Thank you so much. Cyan Griffon. Wait, I know who Cyan Griffon is, but it's a gift sub to Cyan Griffon. Cyan Griffon is that lovely, if I remember correctly, a Thai VR chat lovely person, and then they have this also fluffy persona of a cat, and a very funny video of a blow dryer blowing against their face. I'm not sure, two-time. I think it's more of the mindset than anything else. Put yourself in a place which you are immovable by outside forces, and your voice will move in but one direction, outwards. Wow, we have a choo-choo. Oh my, the hype train is showing itself up again. Hey, I wonder how far that will go. I love the new redesign. Thanks. I don't know what I did, but I seem to have messed up the shaders on my... See. I know. Hold on. Let's change the temperature. Let's make it more neutral. There we go. It was kind of blue. Let's make it like this. Yes. No. Yes. Midnight. No. There. Yeah, but I'm gonna steal your goggles for tonight. I'm gonna lend you my goggles. If I can remember how to put it from here to here. Anyhow, where were we? Man, sitting by campfires is always so comfy. I love it. Speaking of fires, I got this nice little proppy-dee-doo-dah I bought over at a store nearby. And how do I do that? So it's here, grab it. Oop. So grab, flip, close. Somebody gave me the idea of a new toy. Talking about Beth. Oh wow. Talk about a whole line of spam. I'm just joking. It's not spam. It's a good kind of spam. Better than the spam you put over at nice hot rice and have some ketchup or something, or even better, spam musubi. Beth, thank you so much for giving away all of these lovely subs to these even more lovely people. You should get a butterfly knife. I'm not sure I can go indoors weaponry. I can't even go show the other half of what this asset has. I was talking to a certain girl over at a certain melancholic place, and she gave me the bright idea of, you know what, I used to play with Zippo liners. And then, you know what, same here. I've always wanted to borrow the one my uncle had. It was distracting. Distracting is probably the correct word. I'll stop gifting now, Gab. I promise I don't want to get my... Ilishka, you need to save up. Your ears look edible. Anything is edible with the right mindset and the proper seasoning. Pamusubi is indeed delicious, agrees something. It is, isn't it? You can get spoons and combs that are like butterfly knives. I like a comb, the comb one. I don't know. I'm very careful around the TOS that is enforced by TikTok and Twitch. Where's the rest of you? Your goggles. Chat, my goggles are very much there. You see this? You see this funny thing on my tie? That's where my goggles are. Instead of being on my head, it's there. Yeah. Darker than the rest. If you make a custom model for the butterfly knife, but it's just a comb, then it's fine on Twitch. You mean I can start smoking lollipops too? I think as long as it's implied as to what it is, that's when you're gonna get fouled. I already had the suspension over at TikTok, and I don't want that repeated. So here we are being ever so careful, unlike the more risque streamers out there who just skirt around TOS. I remember last stream when I was ending, I was looking for somebody to raid. I was looking at the VR chat category, and in the first row, the first 3 streamers all had the spoiler on them. Like, warning, this contains adult themes. If you want to watch it, you gotta click it. And so I clicked it. And I was like, that's allowed? Like, there's barely anything on them. It's essentially just small patches of tape and... Interesting how Twitch's TOS works. You don't need to remind us of the Egyptian lady, Gab. I mean, it certainly was eye-catching. It worked in one piece. He smoked a lollipop on some of the kids' candies. We can just pretend it's like powdered sugar coming out. Wow. You like fried chicken? I have a whole video dedicated on the topic. So where's everyone? Wolfie, Matthew, Vesper. Some of the people have moved on in the ones you've listed, but I can talk about Matthew. Matthew is currently busy playing some online games. He is in one of the VCs of the Discord if you're gonna take a peek. And for Vesper, she is... Oh, hello? Left controller. Oh, it died. I didn't even notice. She is currently about to go prep for work. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays are when she's needed on the site. Oh, her employment. Of course. Thanks, pal. I wonder if my charge is connected. Let's see. Don't mind me, chat. Charging these Quest Pro controllers are always such a finicky thing. Ugh. Of course it's not plugged. Oh, there it is. Uh-huh. Spring back to life, buddy. I believe in you. Give me a moment. There we go. Are you gonna behave left or? Yes, of course. Vesper says he's playing something that involves dragons and dogmas. And already prepared, dressed, water bottle filled, and granola bar acquired. I'm glad you have your pre-work snack, Vesp. That's very important for any of you going out to do some physically intensive jobs. Ah, right. I forgot. I did implement a leveling system in order to access the other VCs, Alishka. Yes. You know what? I'm gonna try my best tonight. Just for one stream. I am not going to acknowledge the whole "Are you Filipino or from the Philippines" thing. Because it's on my profile, alright? I'm not gonna answer any of that nonsense about, ooh, how do you do your avatar? Ooh, can you teach me how to go Blender? Like, do you expect me to give you a tutorial midstream? How many VCs are there? That's for you to discover as you rise in the ranks in the server, Blue. Thank you so much for the content, Geb. I love you so much. Well, I appreciate it. Hi there, Kendall. I'm okay, Pink Dew. How are you? Ever so active over at the server, I see. Making fast friends with Axel. Blue Scales. Minzies. Who else? Trying to remember my band list. My watch list of good people. Hold on. Right. How do I level up fast? You become active in the community. You chat. You say hello. Oh, by the way, sending pictures in the VR chat channel doesn't contribute to any of the points, okay? Sending pictures in the VR chat channel, sending memes, or media, those do not count to the points. Only in general chat and other hidden channels that may or may not be already visible to you is where you may earn XP. So don't think you can game the system by just spamming GIFs and memes. Hey boss, I'm sorry. I'm dealing with gaming-based systems. I hope you're enjoying the Path of the Hunter. Hello, Terp. It's been okay. I was fighting the snooze earlier, but here I am. I managed to come out victorious. If not, I would have streamed like 7 a.m. instead of 11. The peeps are nice there. Still proud of it. I didn't learn anything in Blender. The mine was a tutorial on the sword. I still have the render somewhere. It looked Godly, says Lane. Yes, yes, I am, AI nod. Of course. No pressure, Elishka. Always be there at your own time. Speak at your own pace. Always gotta be on the grind. Oh, we have Litz here, one of the more active people on the Discord. I suggest learning the basics first. So, kit bashing is its own set of challenges. Oh boy. Truly an endeavor not for the faint of heart and those with little patience. Yeah, but I can't redeem my hydrate. I don't know why. Maybe you don't have enough points. There's something I've noticed. With the little bar we have, thanks to Libid, it's now at a funny odd number with decimals. Hmm. I do, but it says they're out of stock. Yes. You know what I have for hydrating tonight, chat? Let's see what's in our bottle today. This is called Milk Tea by Kirin. Ooh, I got this off the Japanese grocery. Nice and cold, very creamy. Let's go open it. Ah, wow, that is really tight. Yes, I had to bite the bottle open, chat. Wow, how did they package this damn thing? Yeah. There's decimals, Beth. There's decimals. It's gotta be wiped. Think of it as crumbs on a plate with a perfectly sliced pie in the middle. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I need to shake. I forgot to shake it. Whenever you buy anything that's cream based, make sure you shake it, alright? Don't be like me. I drank the very what's matabang? The flavorless top part. Again, putting those canines to you. If you saw me biting the cap of the bottle, then good for you. Let's try it one more time. Yuki says, my husband does blender like second nature. Calls me crazy lady for the unity because he doesn't under... All you gotta do is teach him to. Beth says, I will fix that once I get out of my taxi. Open close parenthesis. Yacht. Gotcha. No problem. I understand. There we go. Let's put that down on the ground. Like how us poor people do it. You're just making sure it's concentrated. Super says, I always forget to shake. Oh. Private jet. Oh, please. That's for like the middle class millionaires. It's all about yachts and being on the water nowadays. According to Bev. Any boba in it. Unfortunately, this one does not. Normally, I get my boba milk tea in servings that have the, you know, the little cups. I want to call it cups. It's like plastic, yeah, big plastic cups with the sealed vacuum heat pressed thing on top. And then you put the big black straw. I wish. All I have is a hot air balloon. Beth being the eccentric one in the bunch. I notice my tongue seems to be tripping over itself a lot today. Am I really concerning? Oh, Gib, the mango shakes are so good. Right, that's the best. If you can, Ilishka, look for a store which serves mango graham shakes with cheesecake on top of it. Be eccentric. Have a private Zeppelin. That's just the thing flying over the stadium. I think he has face tracking, full body nom. Yes, I do. I have super duper full body tracking and face tracking. So you can see my tiny little mannerisms and whatnot. Okay, look. Why do you have full body tracking when all you do is sit down while streaming? So I can sit down in 4K, chat. Mango Graham with cheesecake. Yes, that is the number one thing you gotta try, Elishka. How many points of tracking do you have? One. So one, two, one, two, three. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 9, and 10? Greyhounds. Are you a dragon or. Yes. Some call me a lizard. I even have somebody calling me a dinosaur, a prehistoric fellow. I can see where the whole Jurassic Park jokes come from. You said something about halo halo or something. Halo halo is, yeah, it's. Personally, I like the shakes more and milk teas better than halo halo. But if there's something you gotta try that's a local delicacy, dessert wise, it's definitely halo halo. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I feel like I can adjust the lighting to be a tad bit better. Cinematic? No. Blue? Perchance. Mm. Turn this off. Oh, it's dark now. Wow, it's pretty accurate, the lighting. It's just coming from my right. Unfortunately, this is not very presentable, isn't it? So I do need to keep my lights on. So we're gonna turn this on. We're gonna turn it down ever so slightly. Perfect. It's now easier on the eyes. Feels more natural. Where were we? You're all silly, Gabby's always a chihuahua. Oh, shh. You're gonna let chat catch on the secret. I am very far away from where you are, Ilishka. It's an hour or two of air flight. Thanks, Rimpo. Do you breathe fire or a beam like God's? Why are you asking me if. It's kind of the same as asking somebody, hey, are you able to spit? Yes. Vesper says, even if you sit down all the time, it lets chat subtly learn more about you. How you like to sit, your mannerisms based off posture, for example. It can be very telling. That's true. It's the subtleties in one's body movements, which I like to portray. It's kind of easier in the eyes, right? It's easier in the eyes. It's a much more gentle evening palette. Earlier it was really bright. I only got sunburned once while being here, and. Oh, it was a terrible one. I thought you said it wasn't gonna be one. Well, enjoy. Congratulations on turning into lechon, Elishka. And we see. No, nah. He does have his arms on his lap most of the time. That's true. This is how I sit. And it's funny. You can see the diner to my that's a sign of the diner, and then you can see the cars traversing the road every now and then. Let's keep it at this POV so you can see what I'm talking about. I've never actually had sunburn, says Lane. Really? It's horrible. You're lucky, says That's true. I once remember eagerly running into the nice warm sand of a noontime beach, ignoring the warnings from my parents that, hey, come here, let me put sunblock on you. Sunblock is icky, it's sticky, and it makes you look funny with all the white. But it also protects you from the harsh UV radiation, which I was not aware of when I was younger. Oh, come the day after the beach, I noticed my skin in the back is absolutely tender and sore. And it was coming off. So yeah, sunburn is nasty. There's a transparent one, huh? Beth says I've gotten the devil's itch from the sunburn. The devil's itch. That's the first time I've ever heard of the term. When you say the devil's itch, I imagine it being an itch you can't scratch, like being in the middle of the palm or like being somewhere here in the veins. You're all in danger, says Al Wobble. Yes. It's so rare seeing a 3D VTuber. Oh, please, there's a lot of us streaming VR chat out there. I just like to do more boring VR chat things. The chat part of the game. Ah, oils, I see. Vesper says, I'm pale, so I easily will burn without it. I don't mind looking like a vampire so long as it means I don't end up with red angry skin from sun exposure. We're gonna make sure you are all caked up in sunblock if and when you visit here, Vesp. Beth continues about the devil's itch. It's horrible and it's everywhere. Scratching because of the sunburn, but not scratching drives you insane. Ooh. VR chat is my favorite game. Hello, can I have a hi back? Here's your hi, Rashi. Tossing it back your way. A living snowman with the amount I'll probably have to put on. Vesper on the beach. That's something I want to see one day. Favorite drink is coconut water. Would you rather have chicken sandwiches every week or your favorite drink every week? I would rather have the chicken sandwiches because one of my favorite drinks, aside from chocolate milk and all the other creamy things, is nice, crisp, cold water. Lukewarm water feels strange. It's like it's thick when it's going down your throat. But nice, crisp, fresh from the dispenser or the fridge water, especially when you're out sweating and then you're indoors, you get the gentle breeze of the fan on your face, and then you just, that's the best thing ever. TikTok won't let any of my messages through. Are you sure you're not soliciting Indian street food or something, Amber? Yes. The Hydra game. The voice is so smooth I start grinning like an idiot. Says buy house used boxer on eBay. What are you doing on TikTok? Shouldn't you be taking care of your sales at eBay? What's this? What's up, Gabby? Why if it isn't Mystic? Funny, Mystic was there during our little Discord streaming session, weren't we? Here I was emoting under the rain for some photos. Photos, and then she pops up. You spoil Squid Game. I don't care who you are except Beth. You're getting banned. Only on episode 1 of no, I'm on episode 3 of season 3. Your ears are moving or something. Yes, they do. I'm not answering those questions. This is the chillest dragon I've ever seen. Well, of course. Yours truly does not have the same color as minty charcoal activated toothpaste for nothing. Brush your teeth, Jack. You're so underrated. I don't think I'm really well liked among the furry community space. I don't have the traditional hallmarks of one. Do you see me wearing my funny striped socks and arm warmers or this and that? No, I'm just a boring, regular old Gab. Beth did some math.
Nice round number.
Let's see how. Wow, we are actually almost there, chat. So. Wait, I actually can't read the number. All I know is it's 1 on the top. There we go. It's not so pixelated. 1.7, chat. My goodness. We're like rough math. We're 40% there. And man, I can't thank you enough. In all honesty, I will consider it a miracle if we somehow go fill the bar. My goodness. If and when it gets filled up, aside from the previous promises I gave you guys, I am going to, optionally, if you want to be there, probably make or print a plaque, and I'm going to put it on the wall of the new apartment. And it's going to be the name of the people who made it responsible, who made it happen. No, who was responsible for making it happen? Man, my English is so bad today. So number 1, it's going to be anonymous. Number 2, not anonymous. Number 3, anonymous but italicized. Yep, guess what? What's that? And yes, Blue Scales, Beth is indeed a super duper cool leather jacket wearing cool guy. Mystic says, if I ever see Gebu wearing striped high ties and arm warmers, I would question him. What was the bounty on the bet that made you take on the gamble? 1 billion yen. It's tempting. It's tempting. Imagine the idea of somebody DMing me, Gab. On one stream, all you gotta do is like wear a funny girly outfit, and then I'm gonna give you $1,000. What do you think will be my answer? A lot of people are gonna be sad because you won't see said outfit. Hi, Nisha. This is going to be your new background. Oh, I swap backgrounds every now and then. Last time I was over at Bar's Side Rail. A few days back, even more, I was at District Roboto. As you can tell with the robotic denizens chatting around me. I have yet to go to my other former streaming places. Donates 1 penny so Beth has to fix it. Do it. Be the hero that puts the eyesore over this funny bar over there. Oh, you're so HD now. Are you telling me I was like 480p before? And you do a big frown face. Like, the species is called Hydragea. Man, what is making my encoder overload? Oh, the Achilles tendon injury. My goodness, is that the same thing that was stopping you from doing your gymnastics, Alishka? Oof. Mystic says, oh, nah, even I have to raise an eyebrow on that. A simple maid dress is one thing, but thigh highs and the unpredictable poses he may make. Things like that? Yeah, no. The only thing that can take you down is what took Achilles himself down. A nice hot serving of lasagna, chat. Any warrior will drop his blade and fall to his knees and surrender to the nice, meaty, cheesy goodness that it is. Or probably that's just me. Oy, oy, oy. What? Chai is making me talk like the delinquent video I made again. Cuteness is overloading your income. Maid butler outfits make my eyes pop out, says Litz. I will probably sport the butler outfit. That's okay. The maid, though, I am. I'll put it on Vesper chat. Give it a few months, says Beth. My back will take me down without outside interferences. I look forward to you doing gymnastics again, Alishka. Are you the strongest dragon? Of course not. Did you change to a night? Do I look like a night beast to you? Oh, No. You're smart. Take your time. Mystic says we were doing that at the Chalo Cafe, having water gun fights and such. So in uniform, maid and butler, and whatever fancy and bits you have worn, you go, I see. Ah, it's okay, Sneeboon. You should check out Tokyozilla's work. She makes fantastic avatars like this. Except, of course, I did a few tweaks here and there. So, to set your expectations right once you see how the base actually looks. Tokyozilla, yes. Thank you, Graham. I bet has been taking so long. I am still waiting for you doing your little tumbles and flippity-doo-dahs on a beam. It's more of me encouraging you to go up. Yes. Litz says, I need to hop off now. Last club activities before Sunday. Club activity. Oh, okay, Litz. See you around. Goodbye. But not a farewell. If you're a Tokyozilla, no. What I mean is the person who made the base, the avatar base I'm using, you can find it on Gumroad, is named Tokyozilla. They're really stylized in what they create. They made the Zerg, the Whelpling, the Orca thing. I don't remember the rest. crying in euros. I still can't gift a thing. Please, it's okay. So yeah, yesterday I had to take a quick crash course into air ducting. I think that's something Beth is good at, seeing as he works in HVAC systems. So, given the layout of my apartment, I don't have centralized air conditioning there. I don't have a split type air conditioner there either. All I have is a window type in two rooms. And then the living room, the play space, has nothing. So I said, how do I get the wind over to the living room? So I said, let's get an inline duct fan to blow it. All right, I see 6, 8 inches. 4 is too small. Okay, I settled with 6 because I don't really need to move a lot. And then after getting the 6-inch fan, I of course watch videos like, wow, that thing's really noisy, isn't it? All right, I need a fan with a speed controller so I can like dial it in. And then I checked. Yeah, ducting fan. Yeah, a 6-inch ducting fan. Hi, Reed. You should be an expert in this too. So I got a 6-inch inline duct fan. And then I end up getting, I forgot what's the name of this brand, but it was color green and black. It's used to grow plants in tents. So I got that. It has a speed controller. But then I realized the only available ducting nearby is the one that's like aluminum sheets that looks like an accordion, right? Typically meant for cooking exhausts and whatnot. And I said, isn't that going to resonate the noise of the fan over to the living room? And surely enough, I researched a bit more and yeah, okay. Noise traversing, resonance and everything is actually a thing. So, okay, fine. I go and Google some more. I find that I can order some from China. The insulated air ducting. It has like cotton or whatever. It's not fiberglass. I don't want to deal with fiberglass. It has cotton or cloth on it. It's thick. And I think that will solve the whole noise traveling issue. Vesper says I gotta get to work. I hope stream goes well. You have a fantastic day at work, darling. I'll see you after. Is Vesper there now? She just had to hop off. Also, that helps dealing with condensation as well, since it's not going to be a cold metal. Oh yeah, that's true, isn't it? My only concern, Beth, is I won't dust accumulate because there's like little ridges spaced evenly. The ducting is only gonna be maybe 7-8 meters long max, but still having to take it down just for cleaning is a big pain in the butt. I mean, I do have an air purifier. I ordered that too, just in case. It's the big Xiaomi one. It's like this, no, it's like this tall. It's meant for a 60 square meter place. Neon says, I'm done with the visual novel, Gib. Get ready to Oh, you are, huh? Well, Neon, let's see if we can go project that this weekend. I should have a bit of extra time. And then once it's nice and out, let the promotions begin. As long as I get 5% of the shares. I'm just joking. We'll talk about that. Yes. Neon JR's here. Neon Jarts. Aside from being part of my community for over a year now.
What's your opinion on pineapple on pizza?
Hold on, Blue. Aside from being part of my community for more than a year now, has been working one man on a visual novel it's a furry visual novel set in the Philippines. And there is, what's this? A singular protagonist with how many love interests? It's SFW. All right. And he plans on launching it on Steam. I've played chapter 1. It was a good hour and a half, I think. And, it's surprisingly good. I really like the cultural references that are really fleshed out. And the characters are likable. And the art is also good. Few things to polish here and there in the dialogue, but that's nothing a little proofreading
Couldn't
can't
think
fix,
of
right?
anything funny, so here's a bad joke. What's red and bad for your teeth? A brick.
A br- Did you know, Zach, that out of curiosity, I actually did go numb on a brick when I was younger. I said, this feels just like hard bread. Maybe if I put it in my mouth long enough, it will soften. No, it did not soften, chat. And I got a few spanks from my mom, and my uncle was laughing. So, yeah, thank you, Zach. Thank you for that reminder. What's this? Let's go back. Spray foam, torch tip, and a torch tip and refrigerant. I don't think those two are meant to go near each other. Yeah, bite and like a brick. Look, man, I was young, and I was only armed with the knowledge that hard bread, when dunked into hot chocolate, milk, or coffee, softens, right? So, using that genius logic, I thought it would apply the same to the masonry lying around the house. How do I tip stream on phone? Exclamation point. Are you giving me tips on the HVAC thing? wait. I asked advice about how to clean the thing. Beth said, just have a filter on the side going to your room. You mean on the intake? And swap and clean it out every... What kind of filter though? Is like a mesh, the cloth thing that... I'll figure that out. I hope my fan can take it though, because that's gonna be a drastic reduction in... You know what? I'll just try it, see if it works. Let's see. Going up. Vesper is going to work. Read is 100% better. Don't forget to hydrate. Yes, I have drank some milk tea, promise, Mystic. Geb is used to it now. Yes, indeed, I am drowning thanks to you. Alright, blue scales. I will answer that question in a bit, hold on. But yeah, no, I'll do it now. Opinion on pineapple on pizza. Chat, don't hate things just because social media tells you to. Before you criticize food, I suggest trying it first. If it's bad, if the particular restaurant prepares it in such a way that is not palatable, then by all means give your criticisms towards it. But if it's good, then they say it's good. Now, where were we? Should I save up for the down payment on an apartment? Or should I be partying all the time? Please, the answer is obvious. Of course you save up for the apartment. Why? So you can party all the time in the apartment. Bad life advice, Chan. Wait, no, that's good life advice. Scrolling. What's ingredients is delicious? It actually is. Yes, Livy, you will be a glow stick. I love how I stumbled upon this conversation. Do not eat the brick, says Lux. Yes. Have you ever run face first into a sliding glass door? Perchance once or twice in my life, yes. But I learned quickly. And that's just walk into the glass doors, not run into them. Yep, I redeemed something. A stretch from Chopin. A redeem, yes. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm so behind on the messages. My sister by chance found your stream and was like, ate, I found the dude. Unshrimp. There. I'm like, I'm not gonna use the word erect. I am as straight as I can be. I give up on typing. I like how once it's been cooked on the pizza, the microneedles disappear, and so does the enzymes, yes. What's this? One of his questions was how to deal with dust that might get into vents. I recommend the filter and the exhaust to clean it and prevent dust from being blown into the room. Will do. I too have run into a glass door before, says Terb. What species is your avatar? I am what you call a rare, pale blue Persian cat, mixed with a bit of German Shepherd and, don't forget, Narwhal. Is what I would say if I was faking it. I'm called a Hydragea, Chan. A Hydra, that's a simpler way of putting things. Also, I need to go resync my controllers because it's acting funny yet again. Oh my goodness. Somebody raided me right as my right hand got disabled. Hi, Raiders. I hope it's not too awkward. Ignore me being partially crippled on the right side. But yes, welcome to the stream. I hope you guys have been having fun. Were you perchance, wake up controller, or were you perchance playing VR chat and other games? Quest Pro, yes, Cheaty Bird. If you have a Quest Pro, you know the pain that I'm talking about. Ooh, your controller is getting warm. It's gonna blow up your house if you don't rest it in 5 minutes. And we're gonna turn it off anyway. And yes. Okay, there we go. Please, please work. Right hand. Come on. Sync. Sync. Map. No, it's not. Yes, we're stuck with that, chat. Awkward as awkward can be. I know the pain all too well, but yes. Hi there, how do I call you? Hio? Cheaty? Or Cheaty Bird? What were you up to? Yep, hydrate. I am gonna drink fine. Listen, one of my hands, that thing, is BROKE. Okay, there. All those work as a name, says Hio Cheaty Bird Pro Max. All right, choose your favorite. I mostly go by Cheaty these days, though. Right, Cheaty Java Edition. I'll remember it from now on. And yes, so I take it you were doing VR chat things as you immediately recognized my ailing hand due to the MetaQuest Pro issues it's having. Hi there, Luffy. Can I ask where you're from? I am from this island nation called South Antarctica. You know, it's nice and cold here, lots of wildlife, and let me zoom in so you don't see my weird outstretched arm, and seals, penguins, a funny raccoon-like creature that cracks icebergs. What's that? Thank goodness I can use my Stinky Quest 1 for how long I want, says Lay, until it's not over 6 hours. I'm getting tired, Ilishka. You need to go close my stream, close your eyes, and then go to bed. Beth says, I make the joke that some jobs have other responsibilities as required. My job is just that. Right. Yeah. Continues Cheaty. I have a Quest Pro 2. My controllers have apparently been very hot as of late. Controllers are probably on red status all the time and you're trying to knock on their door. But jokes aside, It's two things I wish. V80 finally solving all the problems and never touching the Quest Pro again, or finding a way to roll back to V76 or 5 or 4 before all these funny issues started, and never update again. It seems TikTok thinks I'm inactive. TikTok, can't you see I'm trying to reset my controller here? Okay, fine. Gimme. There we go. Reset for now, and then it's gonna drift back here. So while it's still working, we're gonna take that opportunity to go prove TikTok we are not being funny with the line, and my controller lost tracking again. My goodness. Why does this keep on happening to me? Controller, when will you ever work with me properly again? Did our honeymoon period pass so quickly? I noticed you had 4 ears. Yes, I do. I do not have ample dexterity to control my camera. How do I look? Hold on. There we go. It looks somewhat normal. No, it's weird. When I look left and right, my hand is moving. It's not supposed to do that. TikTok is a bot, indeed. It's because your background isn't moving. It's all black back there. Okay, we're moving away from this funny. Wait. Recharge it. I don't want to bust out the index controllers, chat. Thank you, Numi. I take it what AVN is, Geb. What? Your sentence had a bit of a lot of highs and lows there that my grammatical wheels could not traverse. Are you speculating on what avatar I have, despite me stating clearly what it is? Continuing on with what Luffy said, if you do, have you played Eternum? Eternum? Sounds interesting. Is that something like Heroes of Might and Magic? Or Endless Legend? Time to get an index. I do have index controllers. I just don't like them. I very much like the ergonomics of the Quest Pro controllers and how the gestures work better. Index is... I'm not looking forward to it. I gotta fix a treadmill at someone's house now. Have a wonderful stream, Geb. Cheaty Bird, thanks for dropping by and thanks for being really cool. I hope you have no trouble in the treadmill you gotta fix. And for the rest of chat that's probably not there anymore, dragged by Cheaty Bird, go ahead, get your snacks, close my stream, do the thing you want to do. See you around. Yes, Natora. I have around 2 weeks ago. It finally died. Good to see you. Their songs are really good for background music. Totally not convincing Geb to try my music taste. What songs? Songs of what? Your people. Eternum is a visual novel, but much more than a visual novel. Eternum, huh? I used to play a lot of visual novels, all the way back to the days of the first Fate Stay Night. For me not to know about Eternum, it's either really obscure like it's a hidden gem, or it's a complete opposite. But you've piqued my interest, and I will probably go check it out after stream. If you were in a zombie apocalypse, what strategy would you use? I would go into a very forested, very. No, I'm gonna go to an island, period. The zombies can't swim. Hi there, Rena. I hope you're doing alright during the typhoon. Oh, yes. I'm just a bit miffed because the rain is incessant. It won't stop. Oh, imagine it's going more than a week of non-stop rain. Every single day it's raining. When will it stop? Thank you, Tori. Pizza or pasta? It has to go to pizza. Pizza is a more complete meal. What kind of AC unit do you have? I have a Panasonic dual inverter window type aircon. It's 1.5 HP. I have two of those now for my apartment. Unfortunately, there are corners of the apartment in which it cannot reach due to the layout. Hence, I was considering doing a DIY, a ducting project, so I could funnel the cold air into the central, like, living room area. Yeah, it's a window time. Where's your accent from? Last I checked, he said he's from the Philippines. Nice. Gebu, says Mystic. If y'all don't have any plans, you and Vesper should stop by. Bring swim gear. So you're telling me to drop by in swimming trunks and... Oh boy. Samurai, Vikings, or Knights? You see, I played For Honor for years. I enjoyed the thrill of the duel. Especially against my friends. We would always see who was better than each other prior to, well, working with each other to defeat our adversaries. Initially, it was always me sticking around with the samurai simply because their movesets are better. And I like imitating their exaggerated English, Japanglish accent. I am a hero and obey. My blade knows only a victory. You know, they did the generic cliche Japanese samurai voice. But, the Raider, I hated that guy before the rework. He would always tackle me, hit me with the pommel of his damn axe, rinse and repeat. And he would always do that stupid move. Until I discovered the joy of playing the Conqueror, and I played Conqueror forever. Shield, flail, come here. So yeah, I would probably stick with Knights. Japangarishu. Yes. Kagibushi says, I did play For Honor for a long time. Oh, welcome to the stream. It's your first time here. Your voice is like Rango. Your voice is identical to Rango. You mean the chameleon voiced by, what's his name again? Jack Black. Oh my goodness, how could I forget his name? Johnny Depp, there we go. Some other emotional part of a movie, okay. There was a Chinese hero I like playing though. His name was Jiang Jun. He was an old man and he had a big old halberd looking weapon. It's funny because he would quickly run out of stamina given his advanced age, and then he would like complain about back pain. But he had the most insulting moveset ever. He would grab you, choke you, and then slap you with the back of his hand, and you would stumble back. He would look at you, and then he would like trip you with the like whoosh. I love Jang Jun. JJ. Hi there, Gebos. I hope you're having a great day. This is Buzzy Oi. Oh, if only my controllers are behaving, then they would be better indeed. Jack Black and Johnny Depp. Yo, they're completely different people. I have played as a shinobi as my main. Still struggling at being a pro, says Kagebushi. Of course, I made up the accent. The shinobi. Oh my. So, my friend too played a lot of the shinobi. Let's call him Lack. My friend Lack would always do the little thing, and then he's going to throw it at you. You're gonna stumble forward, and then he's gonna do the smoke crap left and right. Yep. Yeah, boss. Who is your favorite voice actor? Oh, that's difficult. It's either Kevin Conroy or David Hayter. Snake's voice has always been iconic to me. It's stuck around since I was young. Metal Gear Solid 1. Yeah. And then they changed his voice in Metal Gear 5. And then I figured out why the voice was changed. It made perfect sense. The Shugoki. Yes. Going Wagatsuriari. And then it's gonna smack you across the arena. You're probably gonna fall. It's gonna scarily accelerate to 100 miles per hour and charge towards you. Yes. And have hyper armor because he's so fat. HD's control discipline. I can't even touch my face. It's like there's a curse. I can't. Yes. David Hayter. Yes. There's also Steve J. Blum. Steve J. Blum has a very iconic Wolverine voice, and he was also the voice of Gilmon from Digimon. Can you imagine? Even though I haven't heard of his other roles and he sadly has passed, if you guys have heard of this guy named Wayne June, he's the narrator for Darkest Dungeon. Oh boy, would I listen to books read by him. It perfectly fit the Lovecraftian horrors that he was reading and presenting. My goodness. Even they fix my back from time to time. They do give you the bear hug, right? Oh, I've seen the video, Mr. Monster. It did not work well when he moved to the 22s. Isn't there a camouflage in Metal Gear Solid where you hide in a box with the printed out anime? That box, I remember. The anime girl, I do not. Anime girl. Thank you, Fresca. Your accent is actually comforting. Thanks. I would use my hands more, but you see this hand of mine, it moves along with me. It's not supposed to. Do you remember tormenting the guy? Killing all the enemies with kindness of hugs. You know, maybe one time, just for fun, we have like a For Honor tournament in the Discord. Unfortunately, I need to start over. I cannot for the life of me access my old account. I stopped playing when the Warmonger came out. You know, the edgy knight hero was like her execution was pushing her gauntlet through your chest and then like ripping your. Yes. I have not played in like 4 years. It's probably, I don't know. I can't even say it's gonna be muscle memory because I bet they changed a lot of the movesets by then. Me and Beth are gonna duel, and then with each round that Beth loses, it's gonna be like 1% of Amazon's shares. Solid gold. Solid gold. Where? Oh, I really, really want to participate in the competition. Are you even in the Discord, Kagebushi? You should probably join if you're 18 or above. Well, hold on a minute. I didn't just give up Amazon. That's why you give it up in percentages. And who says I'm gonna win anyway? Pudding Spill says, what an unfortunate name. Reminds me of stuff I have to clean up. You know how when something sticky spills on the floor and you accidentally step on it? And it's like tearing off the. Anyway, Pudding Spill says, first time here. You look awesome and I'm really enjoying the chilling. I gotta go, but have a good stream. I'll see you around. Gib hustling Beth out of Amazon stuff. I see. I do have a Discord. Look. Do you see this funny thing? Yes, that thing. That is a Discord link, chat. He is going to be some pro for honor. No. Look. When things become desperate, I play what is the most basic hero of the samurai with the big long sword, and he's an old man. I call him the sword master all the time. The Kensei. I always just play the Kensei when we know we're losing. Like, oh, yep, that's it. It's Kensei time. Aha, I'm gonna swipe to the right. I'm gonna swing down. Nope, it's magically going to change direction. And it's unblockable. Before the Centurion got nerfed, I did my best to practice him too, to enable the cutscenes. Oh, it was glorious playing him, but then I realized his sword is like super short. I have not actually, Ruby. Artist Kiana. Oh, your life is like so evil, but I'm exactly me evil, please. I'm just a guy who makes the smartest decisions when offered. Thank you, Ignacia Icebread. So you have a Hispanic first name. And then you have an epic D&D last name, like Ignacia Ice Breath. Ice Breath. Like, oh. Now I, Gebus of the Minty Breath House, welcomes you to the stream. I work with glue a lot. I work with glue a lot, so I get the stepping and sticky stuff. Don't know why I read that in that accent, Zach. I'm sorry. In fact, I got my radio stuck to the floor Wednesday night. Oh man. At least it's just the bottom, right? You know what? I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna put this controller in the charger. Let's see if it works. Come on, buddy. Don't disappoint. Where is the socket? There we go. Put that here, put that there. Let it like recharge for 5 minutes. My hand is not noticeable if I crouch this way there. Wait, I swear you were a different species. You're probably just seeing things. I think I defaulted to Orochi when my Shogoki stops giving out free hot. Orochi? You mean the supersonic slicer? Yep. Basic attack man. There we go. I remember him now. Yep. Oh my goodness. Yeah, basic attack man. Hagibushi says, yes, I do that too. Defaulting to Kensei when I was sucking it too much at being shinobi. Ah. Yeah, we're all guilty of that, right? But no, I became conqueror, said, you know what? Fuck, I'm gonna stick with this guy forever. Hi there, intended chaos. So for 5 minutes, you have to bear with my hand being at a rather strange position. Thanks to my malfunctioning controllers. We all got a little Southern in us. I'm American, not Southern. I do slip in some countries sometimes, though. Really? I could have sworn you sounded... No, you didn't sound Southern in the meetup. That's just my brain playing tricks on me. Where is the big move going to? I am going up to the 5th floor. I reside on the 3rd floor, which has the small studio type apartments. And the 5th floor is much larger, a proper living space. Not like one of those Hong Kong cage apartments.
MR, Miyagi Geb voice is amazing.
Mr. Miyagi. Ah, yes. Waksa in. Waksa. Thank you, Reed. I don't know, man. I don't even know where I got the accent from. It's just my generalization. Oh, don't make me do the Family Guy, laundromat guy. Yeah, he's from the laundromat, the Chinese dude. Gebus, asked Fluffy, if you can make a ranking of 5 of the visual novels you've played, what are the best and what are the worst? Oh, That's difficult. I probably in the top 3 is Fate Stay Night, Little Buster, and the Grisaya anthology. There's a lot of Grisaya games though. I really like, what's her name again? That gold-haired chick with nice green eyes. Michiru. Michiru is the cutest, especially her voice. And after that, there's... I'm trying to remember the titles. There's Tokyo Babel. This weird thing where Saya no Uta, if you've heard of that, it's that she was a monster and you saw her as a normal girl. There's man, I don't remember. A bunch there. I played most of the old visual novels. I have not been up to date with the recent ones. Probably 10 years out of date at this point. Takemura, V. Where are you, V? Oh my god, you're right, it's from Takemura, isn't it? If you played Cyberpunk, I really love the guy. I need to do the mission so he does not die. Yeah, that's probably where I subconsciously picked it up. Another Southern Belle. Let's go. Oh, Mystic is absolutely chicken-tastic Southern. And I love her for it. Beth said, I need to replay it after they reworked it all. It was fun when it came out. Ah, yeah, that's true. You know what? I don't think I'll be maining for Honor unlike before. Like every day I would play it. But going for a few stints here and there with friends does sound fun. Like a little Discord tourney. I would love to see how beginners would fight each other. Right? It doesn't matter what level you are or anything. It's just a for fun thing. Hmm. By the way, I am not authentic Japanese, but I know Japanese. Ah, so you're one of them weebs, aren't you? Just like me. If you played in Squid Games, what would be your player number? I would probably be 304 because that's my apartment number. Geb just doxed himself. If you find where I live, just leave a bucket of KFC or lasagna's offering and I'm happy. Or slip some money underneath and say, Psst, I watch you on Twitch. And then I'll know. Vesper says, so no wonder Geb has the taste he does. A blonde character with green eyes sounds fun. Vesper here is an absolute beauty of a blondie too. Nice angelic golden hair, fair pale skin, and nice deep green eyes. Preferences. Yes, I am a weeb. Oh no, if I sniff hard enough, I can just ever so make out the scent of unopened packaging and ever so immaculate figurines being displayed within arm's reach of you. Oh no, says Slate, orders 100 lasagna. It's almost lasagna day. It is Sunday, 3 days away, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Okay. I've been watching you. Attached with the money and made from cut-out newspaper. I would frame the newspaper and say, one of the cooler things I received from my fans. Ignacia says, I was once into city building genre for gaming, but it seems to have faded away. Oh, you mean you played things like SimCity or City Skyline? Ah, yes, I remember playing SimCity 2000. The funny UFO from Maxis. Until I ended up just doing all sorts of natural disasters to keep me entertained. And then I didn't play it anymore. Whenever Kagebushi sends a message, I'll do the voice read. Traditional Japanese, we gonna get along so well, says Mystic. You evolved. Yes, I did. I got some rare candy. Sure. You evolved. Evolution. Viva la evolution. Weird being one-handed again. It's as if it's something I have to live with. Oh, Meta. When will you unoff your controllers with your updates? Agebushi says, to assure that it is true, I must speak in a Japanese, okay? You should say a Nihongo, you know. Is this your second evolution? In theory, this is my third form. You look so real. Oh, am I captivating? Are you tempted to go toss a steak my way and think I'm gonna... Like that? Mm-mm. Hi. Nihongo dekimasu. What is the first version then? If you've been watching me since 2024, January, you would have seen my first version. I was very much 2D, flat, singular, planar. I was a 2D VTuber over at the lower left of your screen, playing Battlefield. Yes. Yes, Joshua. Yes, I am. Oh, no, not you too, buddy. You gotta stop See, I ate my words right there, Mystic. Again, rewind. You gotta stop eating everything you see, Gebu. And before you say anything, I haven't had a transformation in my appearance when I eat food. I mean, the short stack clearly had a transformation in all the right places. You know, nice round eyes that you had. It was absolutely enchanting looking at your face, especially with the tracking, Mystic. Is this your final evolution? Only time will tell. But I am very, very much comfortable in this form. It's something I've been looking for a long, long while. So I'll probably be sticking with this for until further notice. I've always realized that the model before this was just an intermediary. Think of it as surgery, but not at its best form. This, though, I feel like it's my second skin. Fantastic. Encapsulates my personality even better. Thanks, Carty. Luffy says, Geb, you should definitely try an AVN. Is it an action visual novel? What AVN stands for? If you already played the VN. By the way, if you want to know what the A and stands for, you'll know. Oh, it's not action. It's adult. I mean, I'm an adult, so that's perfectly befitting of the genre. Ah, yes. Gebus, the modder. Gebus, he who always must look for those funny patches that he can add to visual novels so he doesn't miss out on any of the content. Yes. I know exactly what you mean, Luffy. Wildcats. The title alone is very telling. You have goggles in your first form. No, actually. That's something I picked up in my second. You love my skin. That does not sound creepy at all. But thanks. If you were real, I might hate. Unfortunately, I am absolutely inauthentically fake and just an illusion, a filter. Maybe you're dreaming, your eyes are closed. The new-ish model is pretty nice. That demo just gave me a 7 out of 10. Shucks. No Zalgo. What's Zalgo text? Stream elements timed out Carty for 5 minutes. Automated. That's the first time I've seen that, huh? I would check what the messages are, but unfortunately, I'm pretty much one-handed at the moment. I cannot zoom out. I can't alt tab. Sorry, Carty. My mod is, I don't know, Gaia. Hide, Dragea. What kind of Hydra are you? Oh, not the Hydra on Hercules or anything. I meant your avatar. Alright. You say so. Tokyo Zilla's avatars are great. I used their Zerg model. I was enthralled by the Zerg when I first saw it. And then, much to my delight, when I saw Tokyo Zilla working on the Hydra, I said, that's me. I'm gonna wait. I cannot wait for the day it gets released. And the day it did, oh man, did I get to work. Get to work for a week or two, yes. What is the big move? That is the streamer moving to a bigger residence. Actually trying to raise money so I can properly afford the renovations and getting basic furniture for the new apartment upgrade. How will that benefit the viewers as well? Well, when I get to the new apartment, I will have a bigger play space, which means I can have more dynamic content to offer because I can move more and things. To my friends who play VR chat, I've always wanted to walk around in circles and whatnot, instead of just scooting like a granite statue whenever we move. You moving around during streaming, pretty much what Anubis said. By the way, Mystic gets an exception for not speaking English in chat because she's one of my dearest friends and she's been there since day one. Okay, she gets the pass. Ooh, nepotism. No, it's just I know the person. Late says, I would love to walk around more too. Too bad I have around 3 steps of space. I have 1 step of space on each side. So I can't talk Japanese here. I would appreciate it if you spoke English instead, in consideration of those not speaking in the language you're typing. Yes, Sophia Crocker. Crocker. Yes, Miss Crocker. You can head on over to this place called Twitch and you'll see me there with a wider field of view. I wonder how Tokyo Zilla's gonna react once they stumble upon my content and see how much I butchered the Hydra. Oh. I don't think Tokyo's seen it yet. Geb, if you had a favorite person in the world, what question would you ask them? I wouldn't know, really. Favorite person in the world? I wonder who that could be. Mostly, you like lasagna too, right? What is your mother tongue? Tagalog, chan. Minsan nagtatagalog din ako sa stream. Pero, syempre, karamihan ng mga nanonood, taga-Amerika, taga-Europe, taga-bansa na hindi marunong magsalita ng ating wika. So, yan. Tokyo Zilla. Yeah, Neo. Yes, that was Filipino, chat. Luffy clarifies that Wildcats isn't about cat furries, if that's what you're thinking about. Damn. All right. It's about volleyball, and the group is called Wildcat. Can you tell me what and who the protagonist is, and what and who the love interests are? Are you a fish or a dragon? You know, using my logic on things, I think I am a ratio of both at this point. Hydra, like water. You look like a wolf and a fox. I guess you haven't seen my tail, have you, Chan? Alright, this how am I gonna look here? Ah, yes. Look at Geb one-armed and all. Unfortunately, my my right controller is not working. I'm gonna pick it up because it's been a good 10 minutes. And I'm gonna see if it works. Alright, upsy daisy. Come on, buddy. Work with me here. Nice and cold. Let's see if it behaves. Right, so the tail, right? See if we can have a good look. No, this is just an out. I really need like 4 camera pins, but here. As you can clearly tell, chat, that is not a fox's tail. It's rather pointy. It's not minty. It's not cold. But it's definitely not fluffy. Are you happy now? Let me get this. Wow, wow. It's so hard to correct. There. Hello, Gebo, says Gamer Wolf. How are you doing today? I'm doing most excellent. Thank you. My controller's been behaving for 30 seconds now. Keep it that way, alright? Can you stand or you're permanently seated? Chat. God, goodness. Look, I'm mobile, okay? I just choose. Yes, of course, crap. I just choose to sit because, as you can see, my play space is very small. So, yes, we sit in the chair. Ever so, like this. New outfit or not, this is the same outfit. I just have my gloves on my goggles on my thigh instead of wearing it over my head. So, yeah. Yes, I can stand, chat. I am not a cripple. Yes, the lizard there. Yes, what Blade says. I checked out your channel on YouTube. Ah, yes, my YouTube. There's really nothing much going on there. It's just a repository of my VODs, my past broadcasts. I missed the last 2 streams because of the time, says Fuego. I did partially watch the recordings. Geb is a derg. Why are your eyes going out in 2 directions, Kagibushi? What the heck is that supposed to be? I love the graphics, says Fallen Night Angel. The camera, the background, and your Avi. Wow, look at you. 1, 2, 3 combo of compliments. Thanks. Wow. I am a derp. That's what it means. So there's the derg. And the derp is smart. Jade says, how many Geb dragons does it take to screw in a light bulb? Probably 2. 1 to steady the ladder and 1 to actually put the darn thing up. Your voice reminds me so much of Louis Serra from Resident Evil 4 in the best way possible. Louis? I don't remember. Man, RE4 is one of the Resident Evils I actually haven't played. I wanna pat your head so badly. Chat, tell me, how strong, how strong would be your intrusive thoughts about wanting to make contact with this? Too strong, says Rui. Very strong, says Rena. 50-50. Thank you. Reasonable with fish chips. I'd be scared, says a happy. Good. Very strong, says Lone. A 7 for David Connor. Very strong for Nyat. Very, very, says Abyss. Personal space talker. Probably. Sure. Like, okay, chat. This is the one chance I'm going to let you express the intrusive thoughts you have, and I'm not gonna ban you. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna read. Because I am curious. So let me know. Well, you might not have the chance again. It's like this little thing in your throat that you just wanna get out, don't you? Very small, probably non-existent. Thank you, Lane. Seems you watched my video. Bagger says I've never thought to ask, but do you have phantom sense? Yes, I actually do, chat. I just don't talk about it unless prompted. Where is this line from, Yi-san? I'm curious. I'd probably give you head pats and then I'd just run, says Room. Smart move. Reed says I want to eat the wall. That's 100% Reed. Yes. Beth said, is it pink? Beth, don't saying that without context. Is it pink? And you're looking at insulation, obviously. Very strong, only because my head pats are more meant for comfort. Mystic, you know, you've gotten a lot of what chat will never get, right? Since way, way before. Secret. Okay. I'd wave from a distance. Thank you. I'm surprised there are actually a lot of reasonable people in my chat tonight. You're missing a. I'm not. No. Phantom pain is the one thing I don't have, unlike my friend who's. I have no idea how has it. I would become friends with you if you don't eat humans, but if you do, I will take the bus away. Why do you have to wait for a bus? You can just do something quicker. See you around, Asteros. I have a pet cat. This is the first time I've been mesmerized by a VTuber model. Come on. I'm sure there's thousands of other anime boys and girls out there, or your resident femboy Rexoniums and buy one, take one species is out there. Because I need to tell people for evidence to warn them. I see. But you're the favorite. We're like, oh my, look at you. It's not that I wouldn't do it out of respect. All I gotta do is climb on him and the head pats from. There is a picture of Mystic in the Chibi Nova, and she was on my shoulders, and she was playing around with my goggles. It's a pretty cool, cute, and wholesome photo. It's somewhere in the VR chat channel. You just have to find it. Hmm. I mean, propylene glycol is a good drink. EG. Go ahead. What Beth said. I would admit that I like dragons. They're so awesome. You see, most of the dragons I see on the internet, the ones that present themselves on videos and lives, they are very, what is the proper term? Predatory in appearance. They're like, like pin you against the wall sort of deal. I'm just me, chat. Yeah, whenever people go illustrate dragons, I think 8 out of 10 times it's always the big beefy dragons, right? And like very possessive, very domineering. The thing is, only the scales that you have to get it perfectly. Ironic, isn't it? My previous model had very much visible scales, yet not being quite reptilian in anatomy. Well, on the face at least. Now it's all in my arms, as you can tell. Sorry. Right there. It's pretty handy and not at the same time. Do you know how hard it is to pull my sleeves over these darn things? They look like barbed hooks. They only go one way. You can rip your shirt instantly with. That's why you pull it carefully. Do you know Mrs. A's farm? It's a very cute manhwa. I think the last thing I was reading was solo farming in the tower and a skeleton knight something something. Or skeleton soldier. And he keeps on getting reincarnated. Where's Vesper? She's at work. What, you miss my co-host Bat Dragon? I like the dragon design, says Zach, that feel like they'd share a drink with you. And what would that design be, Zach? Do I fall under that category? Also, pardon me during our meetups, where I seem all deflated all the time. It's just me, quite literally, running low on batteries, mental and everything wise. It's getting spent on stream. No, I'm not, Bobo. Those are mythical creatures, the blue eyes white dragons. Vesper says, I am a mix of fluff and scale, so I'm probably softer than Geb. Yes, she has a scale patches on select parts of her anatomy, and the rest is nice, soft, supple skin and fur, and it's a good combination. Very nice to run your fingertips on. Deja vu, Geb. Ah, yes. Vesper says, also sorry, chat, I gotta make additional money. The agency only pays so. I wouldn't be streaming if I was wealthy, chat. Well, I probably will, but not without the funny bars over here. Please donate to the fund. Anyway, did I hear Yu-Gi-Oh? Social battery is a pain to manage. I mean, here I am talking 2 to 4 hours, 2 to 4 hours to dozens of people. Lots of messages coming in every now and then. It's always like an interview that lasts a couple of hours each time I'm live. And then after that, there's like the little get together party. And it's understandable why a person would be deflated in that scenario. I would destroy Geb in a round of classic pre-pendulum Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to play Magic the Gathering though. Me and my boss at the agency, the advertising agency I worked for, would always sneak into the studio recording room. We would play for 1 hour. He was a good guy. Yes. I'm doing okay, Tiani man. How do I read your name? Duh. Magic the Gathering, the cardboard crack. Beth, the biggest reason why I like Magic the Gathering is the really expansive, extra universal lore and the art. I mean, recently they have this thing called like God engines, right? And it makes you think, what are these things? Like ancient computers and machines meant to terraform or some form of something, an anomaly. It's always anomalous things and really things that blow out. There you go. There you go. I got the Cthulhu. My mind blew. And really like things that blow your mind that interest me a lot. The mysteries of space and everything beyond. Planes, dimensions, worlds. You know MTG is teaming up with Final Fantasy. What? Really? Why? What for? I got a gallon of sweet tea and the snail is calling me for the grind. Whenever I play War Thunder, it's always just the World War IIs. That's when I had fun. Beth says, I love the art and lore, but I cannot financially get into Warhammer. Beth, don't, please. I don't want you to disappear from the streams. Don't fall into that stink hole called miniature collecting and painting. You look like the White Rabbit in Devilman. I've seen that, the trailers of it, but I haven't actually watched it. Oh, World War II, it's gotta be the Germans. Also, War Thunder is great. Love the old. Yes, it's so funny when you're all on the dumb biplanes that are super maneuverable, like, and then you just. Yes. Do you have a Persona ref sheet? If I remember correctly, I have one on my Discord. It should be there. Front, side. But I need to post it on my social media, don't I? Man, I don't want to pin it on my Twitter though. Like, it's like I'm asking for fan art and pressuring people to do it. Like, I appreciate when people draw me, and I'm thankful for that. But I don't want to force anybody to do so. Vesper says, also, hi Olympus. Honestly, a lot of games I stopped playing. I simply stopped playing because none of my friends played. Hey, you're with your best gaming buddy nowadays, aren't you, Bess? I mean, look, you've been playing with Matthew and Howler. Axiom 2 when he has the chance. Yes, Fuego. It is 18 and above only. It is not a place for children to be around. Yeah, but when are you sleeping or you're not sleeping at all? Oh, I woke up right before stream and probably will be for a couple more hours. I did, Doran. True enough. I haven't seen action in a while. He's probably busy doing action things, you know. Busy Griffin. Slack around. What's this? My friend is top tier in the US and Russia, but I'm over here in my Tiger E and my copy pasted. That's okay. Look, I made the Tiger 1 is probably the best tank for me ever. All you gotta do is 45 degrees, impenetrable, super accurate gun, fantastic penetration. And Reed is sending a bunch of pink insulation as subscriptions to 5 other people at the channel. Thank you, Reed. I appreciate it. Would you look at that? That is why I keep on insisting Reed to go wear a mask. We can't have him, you know, that too soon. You have a competitor, says Lady Nova. You're lucky nobody has put a decimal point on that funny bar on the lower left of your screen. 100 subs. What do you know? You're right. What do you know? We achieved one of the goals, chat. Thank you. Means a lot to me thinking that there's triple digits out there that subscribe. It's both flattering and very motivating. Ooh, people like Geb's content. Ooh, people don't find me boring. Hello, Ethan. Well, have fun. I used to play that often. I don't know if you know about it, but there's this game called Children of the Light. Oh, that's what Vesper was pertaining to, yes. I'm gonna try cosplaying you in game now. Oh, I used to have a scarf that resembled the aesthetic of that game. Geb's content is great. It's very relaxing. Thank you. I agree. Very relaxing. Let's listen to the yapping of a poor madman in the middle of the darn desert. Oh, yes, oh, yes. Look at me. One step from being a hobo yet again. I'm just joking, chat. I'm in a better place in life now. Geb's content is great to listen to. So you're telling me I'm like one of those radio stations in Grand Theft Auto, aren't you? Journey, yes. And also get distracted from work. Yes, you're trying to drill like a 10 hole. And then you look at your phone while I'm streaming. And then you drill too deep or at a 45-degree angle instead. Yes, very distracting. I mean, the type of location is my jam. No city lights. What do you think I'm here, Bev? Exactly. I'm here to relax and leave nice tidbits and chat. Honey? Man, I want to go camping so bad, says Phoenix Vixen. I haven't been able to yet this year. I haven't been able to go camping in years either. Like, a very long while. Now, I'm saving all of my motorcycle adventures. Like, get my Honda Africa Twin. Once I have my Africa Twin, my adventure bike that I also have been yearning for, I'll commit to doing what I told myself before. That's to go up into the mountains, the beaches, and other beautiful spots in the country, spend the night there and whatnot. Brew some tea, heat up some soup, take in the nature, go solo camping. Little tent, a few utensils, power banks, obviously. And then all of a sudden, I'm reminded of the amount of mosquitoes present in my country, and then maybe I should sleep indoors instead of out, or get a mosquito net, yeah. I just want to be able to tell myself I've had the proper adventure at least once in my life before all the hair on my head turns gray. Yeah. Stay around, Luffy. Just go high enough up a mountain and they won't bother you. I hope so. This model is wicked in a good way. Wicked? Ooh. Cast a spell on you. Ooh, give me your money. I'm joking. I never saw them at 8,000 feet nor You see, the trade-off of not having any mosquitoes at that height, probably, Sir Beth, is I wouldn't be able to breathe properly. I'm mosquito free. It's just me, man, gasping for breath. I'm gonna need like those coca leaves or whatever that they use. No, it did not, Lucifer. You have to look for it on Gumroad. Thank you, Rian. Oh, 100%. I still get winded using the stair. There is a bean on this chew screen. Wow, look at you rhyming. Neither chew. No, the mountains aren't safe either. Says Pink Tune. I mean, at least we don't have wild bear. No, we do, don't we? I suppose one of the pros of living in a skyscraper. Says late. Oh, my legs are sore. Wow, there we go. Upsy daisy. Leggy uppy. Weird. My legs are up high. All right, boss. It was enough for today in DD. Now you have all my attention. Were you able to finish the quest for what's her name again? Lestica, so you can play co-op? Oh, hello, Mitzi. I saw you working on what seemed like layouts for a PCB. Interesting. Were those for the Oh yes, it was the slimes. I saw the designs for the covers. Bats are especially active at night. Ooh, where? Gonna go key and echolocate where I am. Ooh. Esten says. Estenks. Difficult to pronounce. That part about you speaking of your dream to go camping and outdoors into the wild made me actually go sentimental. Tears in my eyes and sleepy. You're like a story narrator. No, I'm just sharing a little bit of my cloud high dreams. Yeah, I don't really have anything grand I want to do. I just want something I can write down on a journal when I get old. Oh, I sure did, Reganix, thanks to the generosity of both Reed and Beth. Thank you so much, Biffy. The Phantom Footrest. There you go, Chad. Hi. There's a chair across me. Ignore it. Yes, Crystal. Yes, I am. Oh, would you look at that? It's almost stream quota. How quickly time flies. Then again, I am rather relaxed here. Do I extend today? I have. It's the weekend. If and when I end stream today, the next stream is gonna be tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's gonna be on Monday. Because I do take my weekends off. Oh, do the subs not count for stream extension? I don't know, Reed. Maybe. You reach your sub quota. Wow, 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 we did not agree on anything about a little bit of an extension, fine. I'm gonna get some more rest, says Mr. Good night, Zach. Come on, you probably should have slept straight instead of it just being a nap, but I appreciate it.
I enjoy your relaxing live streams and soothing voice. Here is some coin for your new home renovations.
Well, talk about the savior and buying time. Zephyr just decided to nudge her little bar more to the right. How can I say no? Fine. We extend a little bit, like 30 minutes. So, also, thank you so much. I appreciate it. What? You're coming out of the blue. I don't even think you've said hi. How am I supposed to thank you properly? Aside from, the awkward way I do it. Also, VB sending a galaxy. Thank you so much. Wait. Wanna see a magic trick? Well, you sure spun a nice blue glowy disc towards my direction, and you have my thanks in exchange. Beth, can you round it up to 19,000? I mean, 1,900. It's itching my ass. What are you doing? Don't order Beth to make me happy by sending money my way. Sheesh. I would never. Hello, Ryan. Your voice feels so nice. I want to spend the night with the voice of yours. If your voice could physically exist. Or you can do what others do and become friends.
Relight.
For light. Oh my goodness, Bev. This magical message has just disappeared a few seconds ago. Thank you for funding my mini HVAC project. It was surprisingly expensive. I budgeted like $200 for it. The inline fan was actually what costed the most. Who would have thought it was like $150 and I spent $50 on the ducting? No, it's 1/8 for 5 meters and 5 and 10 meters. Yeah, it's roughly $200. Yes. Renovation, go. I can't wait to take pictures of how it's gonna be. I can't right now because it's just a wet floor with a lot of expanding foam trimmings on the floor. And yeah, it's a very sad state. I haven't been able to do anything because before I want to put any of the flooring and the walling and whatnot, I want to make sure I can put the waterproofing on the necessary places first. I can't wait to see it. Okay, I can post a few pictures. I'll post it later on Discord. Oh my god, it's gonna look so bad. Like, how in the heck do you fill in 2-inch wide holes so water doesn't go in? It's like, yeah. So what I did was I put expanding foam there first. Of course, it's not watertight. And then I'm gonna paint over the polyurea, whatever waterproofing ceiling thing. Many layers. And then
Well, we're halfway there anyways. Good night.
so it's like Zach woke up in the middle of the night, decided to go drop by my little diner, ordered, and now the bill has been paid. No, I think it's a tip. I don't charge for the meals. Thank you, Zach. Go to sleep. Sweet dreams. Are we officially halfway there? We are actually halfway there, Chad. Will you look at that? Oh, man. Oh, shoot, whoa. At this rate, Chad, maybe in a month or so, we can actually get a couch. I want to buy all the necessary stuff first before I buy the vanities. I mean, would you consider a couch necessary furniture if you don't have any in your living room? So which country are you planning on moving? No, I'm moving 2 floors up of my apartment, Ryan. It's the 5th floor. I consider nothing necessary. Wow, that's surprisingly profound. Even food, air, sunlight, hammock instead of a... How's that gonna work? No, my trackers are gonna get squished because the hammock sort of cocoons you when you sleep in the middle, right? What instead of a couch? Here's the thing though, Fish Chip. What I plan on getting, if it's an option, is one of those couches that converts to a bed. Like you have the little pull thing underneath. I think that's feasible. But it's hella expensive at couches. The cheapest, not garbage one, that's just pure foam shaped in a couch, just outline, is like $500 to $600. I'm like, whoa, here I am living with tables that cost $30. Me spending that much on furniture? Huh. So yes, that is the extra bonus goal once we have the thing filled up. Lasagna is necessary. Oh, Doran knows me well. Yes. Lasagna couch. Thank you for the coins. What's this? Ryla has sent much more even. My goodness. Why do you look like a half dragon now? It's like you absorbed something through Phagogenesis. Isn't that when cells envelope other cells? A futon. Something thicker than that, probably. At this rate, you're making more SSS than me. I've never made this. I don't know how to handle it, in all honesty. That's why I'm just putting everything to renovations. I've always lived so frugally, Reed. The biggest expenditure I had was my computer and the headset. But, okay, maybe the bike. But I've never really spent money buying luxury clothes, a phone, or like the latest iPhone or whatever. And like the little vanities that cost a lot. I don't go to Starbucks and stuff. I always eat cheap but filling and healthy, so I could afford other things. When it comes to furniture and shoes, I just get things that will last at least a year or two, and then I just buy another one if it just costs $30, right? Instead of spending 300 that will last longer, but it's gonna leave you poor for a while. Go to a yard sale. You see, that's the thing. I don't have a car. Oh, when I said this, lasagna magically showed up. Lasagna, chat. It's delicious. So I don't have a car, right? Like normal, you go to yard sales. All right, furniture and all the funny stuff that you want to buy. How do I bring it home? All I have is a bike. I can strap a 8-foot wide couch in the back. Also, thank you for the lasagna. Man. So yeah, if and when I buy a couch, obviously I want to get it new so there's no stains and history on it. And it's gonna be delivered to the apartment where I can take my sweet time assembling the thing. Yes. Hello, Brando. I'm sure you could find someone willing to help. Oh, yeah. There are people willing to help carry it up the stairs. But all of my friends are equally as financially not up here as I am. They don't have cars, Jan. They don't have cars. None of my local friends have cars. Oh my goodness, they don't they? One does, but he lives like 4 hours away from me. I'm not gonna pester him. Yeah, what Blue Scale said. A furniture with history stains, that's painful to clean. Can you imagine lying down in furniture and if you close your eyes and listen hard enough, you can hear the tormented wailings of billions of unborn souls to be that is clearly visible under UV light. Mm-mm. Remember to hydrate. Oh, my butt. I'm gonna stand up and ooh, get some blood on the buttocks. Yes. That's actually really funny. No, I mean, think about it, right? Maybe don't use that. How would I know? They're not gonna write it on the like for sale thing. Oh, we've never used the scouts for funny stuff. Ooh, hold on. I gotta get the blood flowing on each cheek again. Stupid stool. There we go. Remember to hydrate. Of course. Where is my funny hydrating thing? Just flip the cushions over. Ah, yes. Send all these unborn souls into a deeper layer of hell, where the remote resides too, and a few socks and coins. It sure does, Starwolf. A little glowy tail. Is this Neo's VR? No, this is VR chat. Thank you, Lily Turner. The couch limbo, yes. Do your friends have horses or donkeys? You do know those are expensive things, right? Pricier than cars? No, they don't. They don't. Gabe should totally make some parts light up. Like what, late? If you're lucky, you'll bring it home and find $1,000 in the cracks. Point millionth of a one, probably. It's very much VR chat, trust me. Not gonna lie, invest in a car, even a You know the biggest reason why I've never opted for a car? I want you to go to Google and type Metro Manila traffic. Metro Manila rainy season floods. So yeah, there. That's what you need to type. And trust me, you'd rather get a two-wheeler than a 4-1. I just sold all my VR gear, says Hutahira. Now I regret it. You do know you can always come back, right? The call of VR chat just still being within reach. That's a lot of traffic. There you go. That's how it is. For me to traverse 8 kilometers in my city, chat, even on a motorcycle, it takes me an hour and a half to 2. Motorcycles are probably the only way to, in a sane way, get around the metro. If you have a car, gosh, get ready to load up Netflix all the darn time, even if you're just gonna go buy groceries around the corner. Public transportation here is equally just as bad. You see, unlike you guys in your first world countries, on schedule bus trips, accessible trams and trains and everything. Here, we do not have a proper system. It exists, but it doesn't work as great. I envy how Japan is so reliable. You don't need a car or anything there. I'm broke. Can you eat the princess? In what way? Are you broke? That's what I meant in are you broke? Is there any advantage to having 6 ears? Advantages! More precise, acoustic location. Disadvantages? I can't exactly wear a ski mask now, can I? Because these things are in the way. See you around, S-Things. I'm at Manila. It took me 1.5 hours to go to the place I study. See what I mean? It's an intercity thing within town. Beth continues, that is my only fear if they ship me over to Manila, dealing with the traffic. You and I are gonna have lunch. I'm gonna treat you, don't worry. I'll be generous. We have a budget of $4 per person, okay? Me, gonna be ever so gallant with food. Comes with free water too. That and the heat. Yeah, it sucks here, Bev. But if you look past that, the weather challenges, and the traffic, the Philippines is actually a lovely place. Everybody's friendly, food and everything is accessible. Like literally every corner has a barbecue place or convenience store. There's always fruits and veggies that you can buy. Yeah, it's predominantly cheap things if you're a foreigner, and very hospitable and friendly locals. Sometimes a little too eager because, oh, an American, a foreigner is here. Let's be nice to them as much as possible. Oh, you're a black dude. Oh, you know LeBron James. I'm sorry. If any of my countrymen say that, just forgive them. They mean no ill intent. It's just basketball is such a big thing here, and yes. Haruksir says, from Pasig to Manila, which are interconnected cities, there's like no border. It took me 2 hours to go to the college I study. 2 hours? Are you by University Belt by any chance? Like UST? Ugh. If you think about it, water is free, says Blue Scales. Just not always safe. True. Oh, so from this point on, this is like the extended part of the stream, okay? I can see the timer being 2 hours and 36. It says that's not the case in Poland, though. I need to bike 30 minutes. I would rather every day bike 30 minutes to the supermarket, but enjoy fresh air, see actual nature, and not have to deal with uneducated pedestrians and drivers. Hi, Milk. VMAX. P. Now all D&D Dragon characters I read have the Filipino accent. No, the Filipino accent sounds different. Let me see if I can emulate it. So we're going to the party. You, me, will attack, huh? The paladin, you go in the front. You go in the front, I will use my bow. Attack from the back. Yeah, that's how they sound. I don't exactly sound that way, don't I? Then I used to have an avatar that was flipping the coin. I still do, buddy. Where are you from? Well, the Philippines. I study at DOMC, the Department of Making Chocolate, which they say the first school teaches chocolatry in the Philippines. I see. Interesting. No, you can't see the time. I can see the timer. As clear as day, Lane. I swear I just heard you say emulate, which reminded me of my virtual machines. Yeah, I'm... By Filipino standards, I sound like a foreigner. That's what pretty much every local says when they see or hear me. I mean, I grew up here and everything. But once they see that you are tall, of fair skin, and have really long hair, it's hard not to attribute you being not from the local area. Yes, I do. Mahirap siya. Tuwing bibisita ako sa Divisoria, sa mga palengke, o bibili lang ako ng grocery, gulay, kalimitan hindi ako nakakuha ng discount. Kasi iniisip ng mga nagbebenta na mahali. Uy, kuya, bilhin na kayo dito. Ay, magkano yan? Uy, pogi mo. Siyempre, mahal yan. Like it's it's the complete opposite. They charge me more. Hi sir, wanna buy my fish? Fish cheap? And then I reply in Tagalog, no, ayoko niyan. Salamat na lang. And then they said like, ay po, kala ko foreigner. Yeah, yeah. So you go to the local market, you're always going to see the local vendors being very enthusiastic about selling their wares. Did you fix your watch? I think it serves its own unique function at this point, just not telling me the time. Hello, Toaster. Neko Thunder, who just asked me about my watch. Every time I scroll to TikTok and see your face, it brings a smile to mine. So I am my what? Wait. It brings a smile, right? So I'm transplanting the smile to you. I'm glad. May lahi ka ba? Chinoy. I'm half Chinese and I'm half Filipino, Chad. I just don't sound it, don't I? I don't know. If you see me IRL, you will think I am one of the great Genghis Khan's lieutenants. That's how I would describe me. Thank you, Moza. What kind of VR are you using? Quest Pro. Ah, damn it, I answered it. Let's see, Blue Scales. Depending if I have a lot of social battery or not, I may or may not host a meetup. Man. Gosh. Don't forget to stretch every now and then. Get the blood pumping in places where it needs it. Is Tagalog hard to learn? I've been considering moving to the Philippines after my studies. It definitely is much easier than Chinese or Japanese. No funny this and that. Yes, a meta quest. A good day too, Blood Knight. Yes, thankfully my Quest Pro has lasted more than 2 years. Let's see. Probably this weekend I might host one because it's a free day. Depending if I have to work on Blender because I owe Vesper a revamp to her facial tracking. I've been meaning to update her character as well, like how I worked on this. And well, aside from that, I can't really renovate my apartment thanks to the rain. And yeah, I plan to relax this weekend. And VR chat is definitely on the menu for that. Human parts in RimWorld. Oh, me, I love turning like the grandpas in my RimWorld campaign to like cyborg so they don't die of old age. Like, fight through the pain. Blood loss, what's that? Why do you kind of look like a unicorn? So I like have a Uh, wow, a birthday hit and run. Okay, but happy birthday. Do you like someone? Oh, I do. A lot of people, especially the nice ones in my chat. The Void faction. I forgot what mod pack I have on my RimWorld campaign. Oh, Odyssey, or your own ship and foray into space, right? Hmm. I am definitely not one of the nice ones in this show. Mm-mm. You see, after stream, you may think I just get money. Just like that, snap of a finger. No, no, no. After stream, I have to put on my overalls again, all sogged up with seawater, put on my cap, my gloves, and go scrub barnacles off of Beth's yacht for 4 hours. That's what I do. That's why I'm so dead during the meetups. But one must do what is necessary for money. Yes. We need warehouse shipping people. Now he's gonna make me carry crates and other logistical nightmare stuff. What's this? Would you rather have $5 million or getting hit by an armored truck?
Get
I'm not reading.
173 lasagnas with those $2,000 you have.
Did you just do the math? 173 lasagnas, assuming each tray of lasagna lasts a day, so I should be fed for half a year. Mm. I don't know why, but you are so kawaii. So kawaii, I was like. Okay. Let me just go drink. Yeah. Ooh. Uh-oh, I'm about to finish this thing. I should save this for later. There we go. So you sign your paycheck. Photo posing, huh? Oh no, Mystic saw me doing the thing. You saw nothing, Mystic. Bad life advice. All right. Haruk's here is asking, my friend and I fight and we're not talking in almost 3 weeks. Is there anything I could do for him to forgive me? It's simple. You see, since ancient times, tribal feuds have been settled through what we call platonic dueling. Platonic dueling is where somebody you used to consider dear but have a minor argument over you're now fighting with is you tell them to fight to the death. You pick your favorite sharpened utensil used for eating, no longer than 12 inches normally, which is typically a warrior's feet in length, and then you go duel. Now, when your opponent or you is close to death, that's when you say, are we quits now, bro? And then you're gonna be forgiven. Trust me. That's how it works. Bad Life Edition, Jan. Yeah, bad life, not bad life advice. It's bad life edition, yeah. Show dominance. Do the T-pose. Do you drink? What's your favorite beer? I've never really liked the taste of beer, unfortunately, unlike my friends. But I do enjoy me a good sake. Or rice wines. It's smooth to the throat, warm enough, and that it complements a meal, typically sashimi. Sure, I didn't. Nada. Next time I go to Wagamama's, says Blue Scale, I'll try some sake with my food. If you can request them to heat it, do so. It's, oh, you see what I mean by it just cleanses the palate and stills the soul with enough calm to complement whatever meal you're having. Rice whiskey with rice. I Is that a thing? I mean, I drink soju if that matters. How did I know you played RimWorld? I really want to see you stream your game. Please, me stream management games. I don't know about that. But you know what's funny? I normally name any NPCs that gets involved in any of my games. Usually the name of my friends. Like, oh, there goes Beth. He tripped because he had too much whiskey and somehow he suffered traumatic spinal injury. Oh well. Like something like that. Or, oh, raid work without masking, building the base and dealing with hazardous fibers and construction materials. Now he's terminal. Where am I gonna find a replacement? Why did that seem very accurate? I'm just talking about the game, don't worry. How hot or warm? The restaurant should know. Not scalding hot. Soju is good. Oh, it is. It is. Agreed. Beth, when are you going back to the which market? Which market? Hmm. See you around. Duh. Asha or Asahi? Hmm? Yeah, okay. Beth's next planned trip is December. When I get my parents out here, might swing by sooner. Ooh, make sure to take a lot of pictures. I really admire the view. Oh, Haruk Siri, in case you weren't listening, I'm not really much of a drinker at all. If anything, you probably need to ask good old Beth that. Though then again, I have heard that he's trying to keep things modest nowadays. Whatever unit of measurement that may be. I screenshotted you so I have a memory of you. Mev says yes, he did indeed regret not getting pictures the first time he went. More got pictures of my blankets, jacket, and shoes. Man. Hold on, let me go drink some more. My mouth is dry. Mm-mm. Yeah, the shoes are dope. What shoes, Bev? Why don't you post them so we can see? I should probably drink some water. Read. You probably should drink some water. I'll post them in media, yes. Oh, eyes itchy. Forgive me if I do funny faces whenever I drink. You had to wash down that raw cotton candy. I think Reed needs to eat a banana so all of the fibers gets caught in the thickness of it, and yeah, it passes through the system. Neon says, alright, I can't help it. I need to sleep. Good night, Geb and chat. Have a great stream. Neon, tell me how it is tomorrow. I should have time. Check that visual novel of yours out. Oh, if only there was a girl love interest. It's a si Ate Doggy. Wall cotton candy, yes, Terminatrix. I have a dear acquaintance of mine. His name is Reed. He works as a tradesman. So he crawls into certain spaces and deals with certain fibers and materials and safety standards. Not a thing. No, no girls. Damn. It's okay. It sounds like you would read people a bedtime story for money. That's that's not far from the truth, right? But yeah, see you around. Chat, if you gotta go, you've lingered here far, far long enough. Let's skedaddle, shoo. Shoo. Yes, it's almost 3 hours, and we gotta, do the thing where the stream ends and I don't stall. Online school on Saturdays. See you around, Floroflorm. Man, I keep on getting tongue tied. Man. I am back from my shower. Well, I hope you and your shower had a good conversation. Back just in time to watch the Beth, don't you have like important things to do? Like country things? AKA the end credits. Ugh, is that why you guys hang on till the end? To see what funny stuff Geb does. Ooh, I wonder which streamer is he gonna gawk at? Gebu tongue-tied. You ain't getting tired, aren't you? Little tongue stretch to keep the vocabulary going. Oh, another deer. Hi there. We reach halfway donations at one. What do you want from me? Yep, another day. Summoning Reed out from the woodwork, literally. I'ma keep my mouth shut. Oh, yeah. You see, Taz has like a tongue that's 12 inches wide. Hey, which headset do you use? The Meta Quest Pro. I thought Reed was someone from the fiberglass. So imagine him just popping off from like a wall, like a hole in the drywall, and there's just like pink stuff everywhere. And the antlers, the nose, the corner of the mouth, and yeah. A Reed-sized hole. Perfect. Oh, you funny. What does do to you? Oh, not me. Like, you're the one with the plushie. Fiberglass is the best cotton candy you can't eat, says Mellow Jar. A protogen. Oh, of course. Of course. Godzilla. My goodness, I have nothing against that majestic creature. I'm just a guy in the middle of nowhere. As you can see, with my funny little chair. Lushy Gebu, perfect to snuggle with. I haven't made an updated one, haven't I? Could be a side project in the future, yes. He is in the void. The void, please. Anywhere but there anymore. It says. Streaming games, I think, will get you more viewers. At least I believe in that. With that perfect voice of yours. You know what's funny, Neko? Prior to me streaming VR chat, just chatting, I was your run of the mill VTuber for a month or so. I had the grand total of 2 or 4 viewers while I was playing, and I couldn't focus on any of your messages because I was intensely trying not to get shot in my games or get blown up. Could you eat cellular? I think you can, right? Are you a gambler? Me, a man of chance, please. Yeah, that it needs an update, doesn't it? I should be able to figure out the way. Yes, I did play Helldivers until I stopped. My last call to action was when I had to defend Super Earth against the Illuminate threat and the just duty of putting down the ever so pitiful voteless. I do miss fighting along our honorable SCAF soldiers. If only we could see them on the field more often. Spread managed democracy together. What in the Dragon AI is the AI? I'll take that as a compliment. Oh, so you like the occasional liberty. Not Eagle Sweat, though. Mm-mm. It threw me into a level 8 mission during my first time playing. What better way to be initiated in the ways of dispensing freedom than getting straight into the frying pan? I took a buddy to a level 10 on Super Earth as his first mission. Fun. I remember why I stopped. It's because all the war bonds were expensive. I need to pay $10, so I have 1,000 super credits so I can grind them. It's like, yeah, no, I'm buying food instead. My goodness. Me defending Super Earth with my good old trusty Liberator. All reliable. It's okay. Go make your breakfast, Dimarvalk. Speaking of plushies, Taz and I are gonna need a nap in a bit for good night, Mystic. Thanks for dropping by. I hope you've had fun today. Very sweet of you to have hang out as long as you have. This gentle dragon sounds like Philo. Magandang umaga mga kababayan. Ay, anong oras na? Mag-alas 3 na. Ba't kayo nagpupuyat? Wala ba kayong pasok bukas? Siguro dahil sa bagyo, no? Reed says, I thought I was about to wake up on the ground. I stood up and lost my vision. Oh, that's just the pink cotton candy kicking in. It's dispensing the vitamins and minerals in your system. It's so rich in these said beneficial things that it often overloads the system for a very short while. Thank you, Toaster. Zero reinforcements. It's just acupuncture for your organs. That's the first time I've heard. Yeah. A fiberglass a day is definitely not digestible hay. There we go. It's an attempt. Are you in the Philippines right now? I wouldn't be complaining about the incessant rain where I can't renovate my damn apartment if I wasn't. Wouldn't I? Fiberglass a day keeps the doctor's pain. Imagine being the doctor and you're armed with nothing but a pair of surgical grade tweezers and you had the 18-hour operation, plucking it all out of your stomach. Beth, Mitzi is suffering from something known as ads. Oh dear. That's bad. Oh, Mitzi's feeling the effects. To go through ads and miss the important things that I could possibly be saying. Dear, oh my. And easily corrected. You know what to say, Mitzi. Let's say it together. Thank you, Amazon. Thank you, Amazon. Oh, that's a lot of cracks from my vertebrae. Oh, wow. Blood flowing where they should have been 30 minutes ago. Refreshing. Wait, you're in Asia with those eras. Eras? Has thou experienced the WRA clique? No. Oh, you mean with the candling? Those are scams, Chad. Don't go there. Well, I'm glad you find me that way, Skittles. I feel like I'm slouching. Yeah, the ear cleaning? SCAM. Scam. Chael. Che, no. Yeah, Chael says. I don't mind staying up with Mr. Sweet Guy. Mr. Sweet Guy. That's such an endearing term. I really like it. Nova Beast. Not anymore. I used to. Hydra. It seems my cat is awake. Is Geb and Reed a bit? No. Okay, I'm gonna stretch. Fine, fine. There we go. I'm standing up, chat. Actor says, alright, I gotta go to the store, so have a good rest of your day, Gab. Well, have a good rest of your store time. The move where? Again, that's to my new apartment unit that I am, well, renovating. No. Would it be the same day shipping? Amazon will make anything possible. How do I look in camera 3? Oh, a bit better. Ah, yes. Look at Geb in the void. It's just black. What's this? I may also shoot. No, please. Anything but that, chat. Feel free to draw me. But the one request I have, if you're gonna pair me with anything, pair me with a lady. It helps to twist the torso left and right. I'm doing that every day after work. So I do that every now and then. Thank you, Strawberry. Hey, Gib, I like the new model. Hey, welcome. It's been going for a week. Or is it I hope you're not gonna say blue cheese. I haven't been in your stream in a bit, so I'm new to. It's alright. A lot of people have been wondering too about the new look. I'm just glad the reception has been predominantly positive. Such a supportive bunch y'all are. Oop, that's. Sorry, I'm standing. I'm like trying to get the soreness out of my shoulders. And you can see me full body if you wish there. You see, this looks okay. This looks more cinematic. Usually I compliment you setting up stream scenery, but the black void works well with you. It is scenery still. But yes, thank you, Ree. Oh, interesting angle. It just needs subtitles. Yes, I like right here. Sorry, the bar is ruining the immersion, I know. But unfortunately, it's necessary with the little campaign of fundraising I have. Oh, you're gonna see like the cinematic view, and then it's the cutscene time. Digi says, yeah, the new Avi looks awesome. Definitely was a bit of a shock when I saw it for the first time, but I got used to it quickly and it looks awesome. But make it go away for the low donation of 2,000 USD. That's true. The little bar here is gonna go poof, and there's gonna be back to my usual super small my usual super small Blue Arrow Foundation charity fund. Yeah, even the subscriber thing's gonna disappear. I've said this many months ago. I don't want my stream UI being cluttered. I don't want my presentation to you being mocked with so much stuff. But alas, would love to pop by later. Aha! If it isn't V. I was waiting for you for over 2 hours. I think close to 3. My goodness, you said it would just be 20 or 30 minutes. Next time, maybe we work on a more clear timetable. A more definite one. My goodness. Not only was V late, V, if I vaguely remember, goes like, I'm sorry, darling. Not only was stream the one that took a lot out of me, but it was also very lucrative. I'm like, that's all right. Like, I know, man. Right? That's okay, V. I know you're a busy person. Well, I saw him on PH. I hope that means Philippines, not the other website. How much is a TikTok universe worth anyway? I have no idea. I mean, I don't really get much on TikTok. So I don't know the definitions. All I see is like funny roses, sometimes a corgi, sometimes a galaxy. Oh, 500. Look at you making a lot of money. Congratulations. Reem says, I always joke you could star in the toothpaste commercial, but now I see you in Keeps ad with that. Keeps? What's Keeps? I would rather be something in a minty fresh situation. Project Zomboid was okay. There's depth, but it got old real quick. I might do Sleepy VR since I need to be awake this early morning. Matthew, if you have places to be in a couple of hours and you are going to be sleep deprived yet again, you need to rest properly. Which avatar base is that? This is the Hydragea by TokyoZilla. And I just kit bashed it with a few things of my own. As you can see. Dear, what's that? A funny star sent to me by who? A username that I cannot read. But thank you all the same. What's this? Sleep deprivation. That's what coffee is for, says Beth. I don't know about you, but Most people don't have the tolerance for 98 octane coffee the same way you do, Bev. See you around, Geb. Greet Vesper later. Oh, I most definitely will be dropping a word for you. You sound like Inigo Montoya from Princess's Bride. He's a Spanish actor. Get some proper sleep, peep. What Mystic said. Come on, Jack. Look, you can only cheat your system for so long by consuming energy drinks and saturating your bloodstream with caffeine. Eventually, all those gears within your body will come to a grinding halt, and we want to make sure that doesn't happen while you're mid-work, nor worse, in a social situation. Imagine passing out in front of other people. Now, I remember when I had low blood sugar. I had, 10 seconds before my system shut down and I started losing my vision. I had to lie down on the floor. I think it's called hypoglycemia. I think I didn't eat that day or something. A case of missed breakfast. Reed says I have a problem with low blood sugar. I got hypoglycemia too. Right? It's terrible. You stand up and it's as if your fuel tank is suffering from leakage. A gigantic 128 mm sort of leakage. No, that's just my breath, Jan. Again, can you say, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. What, you making me sound like Zorro now? Well, speaking of Zorro, seems most of my friends are asleep at this hour and Vesper's at work. I wonder who I'm gonna see after stream. All right. Oh, will you look at that? Tossing more logs into the fire. I appreciate that. Just V. TikTok. It's V's way of saying, Geb, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Here's like, buy something from the vending machine. Sure. Well, Brandy Cat, I'm glad you're enjoying your time here. That's not for everybody, slow-paced stream such as this, when we live in such a high and fast-paced streaming platform. Yes. You see, when I browse my TikTok, whenever I open it, there's two things I see. People streaming Mobile Legends and the shopping, the shopping streams. Like, okay, everybody, this is on sale. Click the yellow basket. Or you see like hyperactive streams, which I cannot sustain. I admire those with enough metabolic capacity for such things. Complete opposite of mine. I like it. Listen, V, you're good at what you're doing. I can't do that. So I just focus on what I can do, which is making sitting and yapping as entertaining as possible without exaggerating anything. Use literally my mind at midnight. Says somebody named Midnight. Which VR do you use? I use the Valve Deckard. I'm joking. Valve, I'm joking. It's just the MetaQuest Pro. Hi there, Toby Johnson. Yes, another person quite active in the Discord. Not as much as, say, Blue Scales, Axel, and Pink Dew, who is asleep. I was about to say, ship a Deckard over to you, buddy. To your buddy Amazon. Oh, if only. Imagine if you were chosen as a beta tester for a headset with advanced facial tracking. I never have once been reached for any form of sponsorships. Now that I think about it, how do the other streamers get it so? Numbers, right? Numbers. How does that work anyway? So, you get sponsored, you endorse a product made stream, get partnered, and you'll be flooded. We're trying. But having a full month of 75 average viewers, that is difficult. Ugh. I lack the necessary tools to captivate a proper audience, chat. I don't have the that. I don't have the other things. Oh, what's that? Floofy Zero is also giving subs. 5 plus 1 specifically. Or is it 5? I don't know, but he gave a bunch. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the subscriptions. We're getting Geb toothpaste commercials after all. I mean, the most of the stream was 80 plus. Listen, that's only been a week. For partner, you need consistently high numbers. That's difficult. Which means I have to make sure people will not get bored of me under a month. But yes, for those that actually do like having me on, I appreciate it. Thank you. The ears are gorgeously done, says Alexandria Marie. Oh. I could listen to your voice for hours, says Judas. You sure you won't stab me in the back like you did a certain crown thorn wearing dude? I joke, of course. Hello, Ja. Rocky, Saboroso. Wow, Litz is still here. Will you perchance be in, enjoying the kicking in? What's the big move? Me going to a new apartment that isn't the size of a regular household bathroom. Hold on, I think I missed some messages. Something about a machine. Dew passed out in VR chat and woke up after 5 minutes wondering why she was still in BC. Then Dew? Who's Dew? Oh, Dew. Oh, right. Big Dew. It's just a meeting. But yeah, we're still there. I see. Well. Mr. Jang. Mr. Jang says, I cannot stop looking at my phone. Uh-oh. It's starting again. Don't behave, controller. It's starting to drift. Uh huh. It's been 3 hours and a half, chat. Is it time? Is it time to skedaddly do? Is it time for me to say goodbye? Hmm. Hello, Valkyrie Rose. VA. Vesper says, I'm finally on my first break. A little sad I'll probably miss the meetup, but it's a necessary evil to to earning money. Darling, listen. This week, uh, I should be relatively free if you're not gonna have me work on your face tracking. Where should I send a right controller to? No, but in all honesty, if you have stock of a brand new one, because I cannot get it in my country anymore. There's no more in the gray market, and I can't get it from Meta directly either. If I could get a new pair, that would be fantastic. I mean, it will work better, not perfectly, man. Surely the menu buttons working again would be a convenient thing to have. If I could buy a refurbished one, that would be great. I saw it was 3 hours when I joined the stream. You could even be more expressive with your hands. I gotta draw things, but stream is so cozy and bed is so comfy. Help me out, says Reem, but bad life advice. It's simple, Reem. You know how people get stage fright and then they gotta overcome it? It's pretty much a similar situation. To get the adrenaline running, which gives the motivational juice flowing, you simply gotta imagine yourself without any clothes, along with the subject you wish to go render artistically. Trust me, you'll be motivated. You'll wake up, apprehensive and anxious, but surely your hand will start moving the pen. You honestly would make a great narrator, says one of my chatters at Twitch. Me? Narrate things, please. I can't narrate fiction for to save my life. I do narrate parts of my life, though, if that counts for anything. Beth says, yeah, Meta does not ship to the Philippines. Why do you know if repackers do? I think so. I think your best bet, Beth, is to buy it and then send it via FedEx or DHL. Or, no, I know there are cool services where you could send it to them and then after a week or so they fly it to me. I need to read up on that though. Gab, is that you? Ask a Jelly Rose. Have we seen each other in recent memory or circumstance? Hi. I'm okay. Are you in VR chat? Yes. Yes, it's new. Of course, Planty, go ahead. Yeah, that's repackers. I had to do it for a few things. Amazon would not ship to DPO. Yeah, so there's that. Okay, thanks for the stream. I'm gonna go now. See you, Reem. Geb missed something, really. Ooh, that is something that we do not need here on stream. Ba, 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 ba. There we go. We have a hard rule of no politics, geopolitical, or anything on streams. Zero tolerance for it, too. Funny joke. I drew you once or twice. Really? Hmm. And so my controller decides to misbehave yet again. I am going to go plug it in the charger in hopes of recovering its tracking. But no promises though. Oh, I can't do that. Why my charger got unplugged? Pardon me if I'm bending over for a moment. Because I need to put it back in. If I can. Is it this thing? Yes. Alright. Oh god, wait. Damn it. Why are you always a pain in the butt? There we go. Uh-oh, that's not a good position for my hands now. There. Put it down here. Sorry, chat. A bit of a technical problem. Let's just zoom in enough so it isn't as intrusive. I get enough politics when I open my TikTok. Is that TikTok? No more. Yes, none of that. In the Discord. I have right when I can't alt tab Jelly Rose. But know that if and when you have made any fan art, I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Hmm. Oh wow! Oh, excuse me. Little tremor in the tummy. What type of dragon are you? The Gebus kind. Yeah, Annie, go ahead. Strange just being one-handed yet again. A bit of a cinematic zoom just for you. Yeah, go ahead. I don't get why people need to ask if they need to draw me. I mean, I assume you're gonna draw me in a good light, not doing weird agendas. Again, Blue Scales, you have to tell us what your PC specs is first, if you can even run PCVR in the first place. You can upgrade your headset, sure, but if the system that's gonna deliver the game visually is of insufficient capacity, you're not really gonna get far. Your motto in life, Dragon Buddy. Life's a joke anyway, so don't be afraid to laugh. I think they wanted permission because most people felt uncomfortable about it. No, it's okay, go ahead. I have other models, but they only show up during special circumstances. Jasper says, honestly, the worst thing to do is to draw someone in a political or weird light without their permission. It's the internet, so there's nothing you can do, but at the same time, don't be weird. That's true. Do you sometimes do gaming streams? I suppose my gaming sessions in Discord count. I am in the VC every day. Sometimes playing games if I'm not working on Unity or Blender. Blue Scales. Again, you have to tell us your PC specs. That's where we start first. What's your GPU? What's your CPU? And how much RAM do you have? Or else we can't really help you. Sounds like you gotta do your own research, James. How about you go type in this funny thing called Google? How do I find my PC specs? You can start there. You know, my controllers aren't agreeing with me, and I think now is a good time for me to wrap things up, chat. Let me see. Let me see if I can recover it one last time before I gotta go. Because everything I've drank is starting to knock on the door. They wanna go somewhere else. Anywho, with that being said, it's time to open Firefox and see who is streaming. Alright, hello VR chat. VR dancing. There's Street Tender.
Can you chase the drinking wine?
On the third row, chat, it's all e-girls above me. Whoa, is that a baiting stream? Oh my goodness, the ad. What's that? Why is there a police line and there's they're doing something with flowers? Ooh, okay, okay.
It looks like an Oreo from this angle.
An Oreo.
Dude, okay, hold on.
Oh my god, I just realized chat's getting...
Oh, Let's see, let's see. Iron Ship. I see Sonic. I see Toothless. Zenix the Fox. Thank you, Vox. Actually, you know what? No. My bladder can't hold it no more. I am gonna go end stream without stalling. TikTok, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good nighty. I will see you again on Monday. Yes, Monday. That's for certain. Bye, TikTok. Now for Twitch, we do that. What do we do? DX Diag will give it there we go. DX Diag. Very easy. Type run. E-girls, e-girl. Bye, Geb. I'm gonna go back to drilling this hole. Make sure it's at a straight line at a 45 degrees. See you around, Neko, Thunder, Reed, Haruxir, Beth, Vesper, who I'll catch later, 100%, Blue Scales, and everybody else. Phoenix Vixen, come on, alright, say your goodbye so I can call your name out. It's nice knowing who was watching. Yep. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll see you, Axel, Rocky, Mochi, Beth, Reed, Blue Scales, Waffle, Vesper, Kendall, Little Beanie, Bastian, Zy for Lit, who gave some fantastic support earlier by Surprise. Mitzi, who is going to go work on more slime stuff. And yes, most definitely, Rocket too, and everybody else who I know is lurking. You go have a great day, afternoon, evening, or whatever time it is at your end. Come on, shoot it. Close my tab. Come on, or look here. Yes, I know you're following an e-girl or something here. I know you want to view that sort of content. Click it. Move on. My stream is done. There's nothing special that's gonna happen here. Viewer count 73. If it goes down, it's time. This account only has you followed. Okay, Beth's the exception though. Wait, this account. Come on before I start asking Beth how he stumbled upon my account. Or you guys, how did you stumble upon this little corner of the internet with my name anyway? It's down to 67. I'm winning, chat. I'm gonna sleep now. Good night. Good night, Haruxir. You already know the answer. TikTok, I found it there. Waiting on Beth to stumble in on his government of Lithuania. Right. We can't forget about that account, can we? Scrolling through TikTok. I don't use TikTok anymore. I was like, oh, such a good voice and avatar. On TikTok, I get fascinated. Instagram. TikTok got bored during a dead stick break and was rolling through it. Wow. I found it when somebody rated you. Says Leonard van der Walt. I'll call you Leonard. What a fancy long name. And Blue Scale says, I just got one of your reels on Insta as well while doom scrolling. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know. That's quite interesting. Hanging around an Austrian that raided you a while back. Think you was only on one. Started at that time. Oh, I see. Now we know how Kendall stumbled upon. So that's around 7 people who answered. What about the rest of the 60? I know you're dear lurkers. I know you're in silent anticipation of something fancier. Maybe Geb's gonna do something off-brand on his stream while he's stalling as per usual. Start calling out names. That sounds like a fantastic idea to do. Let's call out the lurkers. Now with my partially repaired hand, let's start calling names, shall we? I'm gonna click it. We have Peter, Alec Yeet, Arucard, Avalinanashi, Axel, Bastian, Blockyhead Man. Of course, I'm gonna read everybody who has Snapchatted. Car, Charter, Chrysius Draco, Colbo, Dan Ray, Demon, Dennis, Digifoxo, Everest the Wolf, Fabio, Phelan, Filet, G-Man, Galaxy Wolf Deer Lover, Gargoyle, Goshawk, Gookie Magone. Sounds like a mobster name. We have, Cheaty Bird is still here, weirdly. You should close my tab, Cheaty. I caught the Moonstrife. That's a World of Warcraft-ish name. Jade, Kai Blackfang, Kerenos, King Dragon Death. Costas, Lang Yi, Leonard. Oh, yeah, that long name. Leon, not there. Lil Beanie, Marlon. Mochi, the Twitch doll. -0. Neko Thunder. No, Neko's here chatting. Yeah, we have Beth, we have Reed. Reed, Regan. Rubber Ducky. Ryohei Gaming. Santiago Rojas. Scooby Dooby. Spyrin. Stardoor Original. No, Stardo. Original. Seosonics. Aldred. The Lost Scrub. The Red Freak Pythos. They gave subs the other, I think. Terrace Ayers. Destix. Valte Zero Fox. Vulgare. Verandamus. Wendell Smallbat. Waffle Carp is here. Richura. And yeah, that's it. Yes, Zyphor is obviously there too. Hello. Hello, Vulgare. Devont. Si Panquesito. Yes. Look at that. What? Still streaming? Oh, yeah, I was about to hop off. Look at Litz chasing the black and blue dragon away. Are you in VR chat, Litz? No. Why is my viewer count going up? No post stream thingy. Either Pauly D. I love the new. Oh, whoa, that looked creepy. I look like a necromorph. There we go. I love the new Abby. I recently got one of Zilla's to DJ with. So cute. It is Tokyo Zilla's a most excellent artist, aren't they? Up is the only direction it goes. Close. Click. Other streamers. Visit. Do it. There's so much. I know you have a long list. Do it. Come on. Do it while they're still shaking their hips. I know you want to. Oh, look at all these other excellent VR chat streamers going on. Why not? Go pay them a visit. Come on, make the viewer count go down to 60 and I will disappear back into the void where I should be. Oh yeah, it's here on the right, sorry. Yes. Or else I'm gonna start telling you to do chores and everything else. The only other one I follow is Streaming Marbles Rivals. Hello, welcome to Geb trying to chase us off. Did you see the sketch I did? And then I did it on X. Alright, what site is that? X and X. Oh no, I mean X.com. There we go. Alrighty, let's click that. I got tagged. Oh dear, oh my. Will you look at that? Giving me a nice big old smile. That is cutie Rama. Thank you, Haruks here. I like how my upper right thumbnail is my funny looking hair. Ah, yes. And when I scroll down, I see cake with 2 bananas on top. Yeah, no. What's happening over at my Discord? Whoa, I have 4 notifications. I have 2 ghosts. Was that? What? I didn't say such things. Mystic. The Mystic photo shoot. Alright, and then media attack. Oh, that's Sunburn. Courtesy of Elishka. Reed with the torch. Beth with the filter. Oh, those things. Yeah. Alright, now I know what you mean. Man, can my thing even suck with that in the inlet? I gotta check it out. Personally, I like samurai. Okay, I see AC. I see Beth with. Oh, these actually look nice. The yellow and what's this? Green, bluish. The blue color. These are sick. Yes. Hat. Shoes of the wealthy. Ooh, that's a cute bunch of foxes. No, they're wolves. Save that. Put that there. All right, I'm still streaming, aren't I? I don't know what color that is. I'm colorblind. It looks like a weird aqua green to me. Waiting for Gib to start looking at other VR chat streamers himself. Why did my viewer count go up from 60? Chat. Hi, Sizu. Because we love you. I'm gonna stay here forever and ever, says Rocky. Oh man. How do I do this? We're going back home. So bye-bye. Oh, you meant a club meet. Like, okay, I thought when Lit said a club meet, like, with her Avi being an e-girl, so putting 2 and 2 together. I had a big misconception. Right. Whoops. I mean, you know, clubbing, beer chat, e-girls. Ooh. No. Okay. All right. How about you focus on getting home and then close my stream, Lance? I've been gone for a while, says Buster. Is the stream ending? Are you sending us away? At this point, it's goodbyes that I am endorsing. Yes, absolutely trying to. Look at the list you've subscribed to. What's the last time you see this? This particular streamer. When's the last time you dropped by their chat and said hello? I bet you haven't. And all you've been doing is lurking. Did you know streamers love it whenever you send them messages that, hi, I really like what you're doing. Please keep it up. I just wanted to say hello. You know they bring that home and they think about it at night, right? And they tuck it by their pillow and they do that. And they become happy that they exist and other people are happy as well. Yeah, streamers, these streamers love it. This loves it. You pointed to yourself. You are pointing to yourself for me. Oh, this guy. When's the last time you made a poor financial decision and decided to send 50% of your savings to this guy? So he can buy 0.2% of the starving population of Nigeria stand, some lasagna. When? Exactly. You need to give to charity every now and then. It's good for the soul. Yes. My 50% of salary is his 2% of salary. Yes, Nigeria stan. All those starving Nigeria's Tanyan children in their mud huts and straw houses. See? See?
Give to charity.
See? This, chat, is the mark of somebody really rich. Very rich in generosity. That is what I mean. You should not judge a person merely by their material possessions. You need to look inward. Look at their heart. Look at their mind. Look at their values and who and what they support. If they support me, they're a good person. 100%. Anywho, why haven't I scared you all off yet? And Beth, thank you again. The stream's been over for the past 30 minutes. Their heart has like 200k on. Oh yeah, wow. Ooh. Lol. Lamau Beth. You can't scare. Isu saying.
I don't know what bits do, but I have 100 of them. So here, take them.
Well, you know what bits does? Each bit that you donate is 1 millimeter of water served to the dry wells of the villages in Nigeria-Kistan. Yes, so you give 1,000 bits, that's a liter of water to give to the thirsty water drive we have going on. It's a very important thing. Yes, Geb, you're 52.5%. I know we moved a couple of millimeters, haven't we? And I'm so proud. The couch is gonna come to fruition. I mean, lots of people and hearts will be happy and fed. Now, how do I make people shoe and go do something more important in their lives? Guys, please let him leave. Let him go. He has plans for the weekend. He has stuff to do. Look at Spartan being so vocally supportive. Oh, Zyhex says, I finally caught you live. Good to see you. This is but a recording. Like the stream is over, I swear. This is a rerun of sorts. Like CCTV, it's a closed loop thing. A drop of water. Yes. Like each bit you give is a droplet of rain falling down upon the crops suffering from drought. Yes. Oh, Beth just going oof. Oof, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm just waiting for feedback from my boss so I can continue working. Let them have the happy ending. That's right, Spartan. You can lead the masses by like skedaddling.
Geb, you can do something by rating and then you can turn off the stream XD. But seriously, guys, let him have his fun leave.
Yes, don't make me toss you in an e-girl stream. You're gonna be like... Oh, you'd want that, wouldn't you, chat? This. We're supposed to leave... Bye, Infintus. Yeah. You remain here with us as much as we remain here with you. No, Geb, I'm afraid of... Do I need to find a man instead? That's what you're fancying. I don't think there is one in the current list of streamers. I don't think scantily clad and that our mute is more financially viable than being a female representing in a streaming space. You need 100 people rate. Oh, yeah, right. No. Chat, I am starting to squirm. All that milk tea I had earlier. It's like the FBI knocking on my door. And I gotta answer. I gotta go. There's so many of you though. What do I do? Oh, ooh, more vertebrae cracking. Only problem is my internet is so bad I can't. You can't go. That'd be all the more reason to close your tab. Or our stream, no meetup probably. Oh, yeah. Yikes. You know me. I'm probably dead. Who is online? You gotta worry about yourself first. Feel free to leave us. Chat, see you around. Don't, yeah, do your thing, okay? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? There we go. Oh, nope, no, not that one. There we go. Oh, God, wrong window. Shit. There we go. That's the black one. All right, stream's over, chat. What? You think there's a post-credit scene? Nah, not this time. That's right. I'm just the void with my pre-recorded voice. Definitely not gonna persist. It's finally over. Yes, it is. Gone. Gone. You're gonna see me again in 24 plus 48. How many is that? So 48 plus 20 is 58. 58 plus... In 3 days. You're gonna see me in 3 days. There we go. Close the tab. You're wasting bandwidth. You're wasting time. You're probably missing the cooking that needs to be done. Well, come on. Do your thing. Nope. See, Leonard has the bright idea. Sisu as well. Ah, thank goodness. All right. No sad tears here. Come on. Yes, it's going down viewer count from 75 the moment it updates. If it goes down by 3, I am going to click this funny button that says stop streaming. But I just got here. Oh, unfortunate. What's this? Hero, the stream is over. You click a close tab. No more broadcast. Hero, store closed. Go home. No more show. Disappear. Mm-mm. 4 hours. Stream too wrong. You go home. No more watch. Ending stream now.